Good morning, chat. How are we doing? Make sure YouTube is okay. Hello, Bart. How are you doing? Just getting everything set up. Bear with me, chat. It's a little bit of a slower morning than normal because I have done things in a slightly different order to normal. What are you doing today? It is great to see you out there. Just make sure the last things are working because a few things changed overnight. We can do this. Whoop. Then I can do this. Hello, everybody. Ooh, that's a bit of a color disparity, isn't it, on my face? Do this. Back before we were broken-hearted. Sunlight is bright, who would have guessed? Hello! That was weirdly blue for a second. How are we all doing today? Great to see you all. I've obviously gotten started on the Deep Desert base because I don't know what I'm doing with my life when I'm not making Deep Desert bases, apparently. How is everybody doing today? I hope you're having a great time out there. I hope that you are all okay. I hope that no one has been eaten by a large carnivorous plant this morning. I did scare the hell out of Sabu earlier. Sabu was there quietly making his Deep Desert base, and I saw the opportunity to do a flyby, and I took it immediately with no regrets. Anyone to join us in June? You can join our !June Discord, which is how the community kind of hangs out and takes part inside June. That is open to all here. No, all one word, if it's a command. Like this. There we go. There we go. Back before we were broken-hearted. Come away, come, I gotta tell you, the shoe fits my little Cinderella. Back before we were broken-hearted. Let's not run off and lose my base. Good morning. New drill shot on F7. Is there indeed? Oh, the penetrator's out. Okay. The two-shot bleed. I'm alive again. Let's do this. Why did you reset? Hello. Null Wolf, is that your base that's in a location that I was tempted to attack? I mean, yeah, Tabor soft steps are back indeed. If you didn't already have them, then you know, it's worth getting them, but most people I think already had them. I'm alive again. You still need to be soft step boots. Last one's lost the worm. You still need the soft steps. You need more BPCs for them. There you go. Looks like everyone's farming soft step boots this week. Then, fine. You have news from Alaska. Well, welcome on in, Northern Pyro. It's snowing in Alaska. God. Wasn't somebody saying yesterday that it was 30 degrees Celsius though in mainland US? Absolutely wild temperature variations. Make this slightly larger. Trouble, don't blame me, man, blame it on the double. We're demolishing this wall. I don't trust that, I'm gonna be honest with you. We're just gonna build the whole roof first, because this is getting a bit messy. Two degrees Celsius where you are, jeez. Well, I know that America's a big place, but someone was saying that mainland US was 30 degrees, and I was like, that variation is absolutely huge. Just because mainland US is big doesn't mean that changes the temperature variation is large, bud. Come. For guild recruitment, look in that Discord server and find somebody, or like find a guild that you want to join, bud. Saturday night. Don't blame me, man. Blame it on the double. No, because I can tell you that while Perforator will be good, Ambition will broadly be better. By the nature of the way that the weapons work. Hope not. If you're using a disruptor, you would use Perforator when the shield breaks. No, if you were using a disruptor, I wouldn't use the Perforator. I'd switch to using a las gun. If it's got no shield, it's dead with a las gun. If you had a las gun, that's true. If you would be nice. I can't believe that in this day and age, Null Wolf hasn't got a las gun. How weird. How weird is that? Apparently, people didn't leave the correct number of servox and stuff in the base last week. So I can't finish the base off. Let's do multiple runs. Basically means that when I put things in the chest which was do not use, either it got used or it got pulled by a crafting job, which is annoying. You also haven't gotten one. You've gotten that today. You need to be running Alpha 2 and Alpha 3. No, Chorus, because that doesn't work. You don't get a blueprint for that. And they're talking about having a blueprint so they can repair that item. Remember, you can't repair the las gun that you get from handing in a cut array until you've received a blueprint. So that's what they're talking about. Yeah, they're talking about being able to have a repairable las gun, which is different. Because of course, yeah, you can get it from the Mark 6 cut array, but you then can't repair the one you've received, which I think is very strange as a quest reward to not be able to repair it, given that being a core gameplay loop of this. Good morning, Charon. How are you doing? Good to see you. You used up your las gun? Happens, yeah. It's so easy to because they're so much fun. Winding down from yesterday, almost getting wormed. Well, I'm glad that you didn't get wormed yesterday. You end up almost killing yourself when using the las gun. How do you do that? How? We need answers. Hello, what's the best melee weapon to push for? It depends on what it is that you like. If you like the sword, then Replica Pulse Sword. If you like the rapier, then Halleck's Pick. Yes, Replica Pulse Sword is on rotation this week as well, I believe. I think I've made an error. Okay, no, I will be able to get that out. Gonna run out of plastone and a bunch of other stuff. I might as well go back and do the run now. Whee! Good morning, Calacia. How are you doing? The error is a distinct lack of of lizard. No. No, that's not the error I'm talking about. The error was that I wasn't actually going to end up streaming this morning. And then I got distracted. I was like, you know what, fuck it, I'm going to stream. I was going to move my office around, so I didn't do it last night because I was knackered. Has there any change this week? Finally getting Spy Selection, just hitting T6 mats. I don't know if there's any change this week, Shucky. I've literally just logged on and started streaming and haven't scanned the Deep Desert yet, so I can't tell you. Viewer USA, that's how you know that you haven't got a problem. Yeah, your Coriolis storm hits your server, you come to our server to chill. Why in the app the Deep Desert maps are different, please? Mostly likely because not everyone has finished through their reset yet, Noblem. Dibsy, thank you very much for your Prime sub earlier, by the way, buddy. You are awesome. Appreciate it. Only just seen that, likely because I was starting up at the time. You will do, Noblem, once the reset has happened. You just need to wait for the Coriolis storm to have finished. Whee! Yeah, you're in Europe. Yeah, so America hasn't done their reset yet everywhere. Europe has done their reset. So that's why the Deep Desert map has changed for Europe and it hasn't changed for the US. If you mean planetologist, it likely hasn't been filled in yet. It's not data mined. Whoop, 1 second. Okie dokie. Oh, the ads are starting in a minute, but we are changing our deep desert layout this week, chat. So bear with us. Charon, I need to bring 1,200 duraluminum, please. That's 10 death stills. You'll also need 850 silicon blocks. If you don't have that, I've got that. I'm gonna try and find the complex machinery first. That's the God Emperor Thor. We are on a network of private servers provided by Nitrado XM4, very kindly of them. So we just don't have that stored anyway, Demna. That's what we're saying. Are we running basic generators this week? Yes, we are running basic generators on our deep desert base. We always run. Why would you run anything other than basic generators in the deep desert? For what we do. Why would I put the E-band based on Spice Infuse? It makes no sense. Bravo. It's why I say Bravo Echo rather than BE, because you get exactly that problem. There's a reason why I say it. More silicon, more machinery. Okay, more silicon required. You've got a crossbreed Panmeaugi or a mutt. Depends on how much a cross of other species a dog is, I guess. Oh, do I last though the sun brush your days and bring you fun. Cobalt paste is here. Come to think of it. Is research points capped? Interestingly, I don't know why I have 30 points left that I haven't spent. Mine are, but like I have 30 extra points that I don't know where they live. We're dead soon. We're dead soon. That's later in the film. Nope, I have the Adept Missile Launcher. I just can't tell you what the extra 30 points are. Free intel, I guess. Because it should say 0, but it doesn't. This couldn't be a problem, right? Demnar. Let me confirm it. Thank you. There we go. Done. let's just do this. And then we're just going to take a screenshot of it, send it to... I needed calibrated servox. One second, chat. Let me just stretch my back out. Let's not fall off my chair when I do that. Probably a bad move. Demnar is being investigated, chat. Demnar stands accused of having a box full of small vehicle fuel cells. Look, if I was going to usurp Thor to take all of the spice, would you find out? That's the question to be asking yourself. No, we've got the wheel thing now. We've got the tread wheel. It's in. It exists. It exists in all timelines. I didn't actually grab any more plastone, did I? Absolute melon. I knew I was forgetting, and I was like, wait, I didn't grab something. What did I need to grab? The plastone that I came back for, and I now haven't got space for, which is deeply funny. We'll have to hope that that's enough. Or we'll be doing another run. The tread wheel is very strongly in the game already, and when I say very strong in the game, it's in the game, and it turns very strongly. Right, let's go and drop off some stuff for you guys then. Sabi, where do the building supplies in your base live? I need to have co-owner for this base. Then this is set to owner only, which you need to change for me. Hello, Esharam. How are you doing, bud? Good to see you. No, it wasn't that. Just to come back with me. 100 of these. Oh, a bit too much on some of the stuff. Okay, Sabu, that's everything dropped off for that refinery. And also water storage for about 500,000 water plus. You just need more duralumin now for the death stills, which I've, you know. You guys don't keep your duralumin pre-cooked? You don't? Okay. As I say, we keep 1,500 ingots lying around, which is what I've just used most of to give you guys the stuff for the water storage. Plus 2,000 aluminium normally we aim for. Oh. You said, what is the best snack cake? What is it? What, when you say snack cake, what do you mean by a snack? That sounds like a very American thing, Small Mite. I'm not gonna lie. It does sound quite American. A whole cake for a snack. Just a small, you know, just like a whole Victoria sponge. That was the Juneman set with some of Chome, I believe. Just spice loot there, because there's now so many people and so much spice harvesting being done that we just need to do the spice. The spice production needs to be done in the deep desert, back in the B-band. The spice can get flown back there for processing and use, but like yes, we harvested 2 million spice this week. If we do it right, we could easily do a 5 million week, and like we need to not be shuttling that much spice sand to and from. It's just too much. I'm not saying that I couldn't, Rusty. I'm just saying that I choose not to. Need a shuttle? No, we've already got a bunch of people who are doing the shuttle runs back and forth. This is to save them the work. This way we just need people, if people want to bring spice, they have to bring some bodies out and go from there. Like, we extracted 2 million spice sand as a group last week. I have not become a drug dealer. Spice isn't a drug. It's a flavoring. Preservative. It's only mildly mind-altering. It's no more mind-altering than salt is. And so you need salt to live. And I need spice to live, so what's the problem here? I'm not trying to convince anyone. You guys are just being silly. We're doing this. For all of my life, been losing the fight. Some of these just aren't completing. Good morning, Alpha, as well, by the way. How are you doing, bud? Good to see you. You turned all my dark into daylight. Get a little conversation. I didn't bring enough plast. Problem. Oh, it's because Sabu collected most of the plast. Why? That wasn't even close, was it? Where the hell is all our plastinium gone? I would be clear, I didn't leave you alone in the deep desert last time. That was, you just took it. But earlier I left you half the amount for, like, the exact amount you needed for the spice refinery. So it's not that. As in 3 plastinium crates, which is probably what I'm missing. Because I normally put in 6 down here, and there's only 3. Yeah, that could be it. Funny that. How am I short on... I specifically brought more cobalt paste with me. How am I out of it again? I just made something that uses a bunch of cobalt paste? Next, okay, then we're talking about server merge in the next one, will they? Okay, back again. Nope, it's not on my ship. Hello, Cyan Nikki Gaming. Welcome on in. Welcome, Raiders. Hope you are doing well. Good to see you. Where's the meat? Probably in my stomach. Delicious. What are you going to do about it? Can't have it. It's mine. Mine now. What a shame. How are you doing? Welcome on in. My name is Kronos. How are you doing? We're just playing a bit of Dune. We're on the ads, so apologies if anyone gets caught inside the ad goblin. He works for Moist Jeff. Ooh, you're doing some spice farming. Very nice. We might spice farm differently. How do you guys choose to spice farm? Sorry, forgive me. This is my friend's base. They're both in there. Whee! Any Roman in my guild, been reading the guild recruitment tab, not many options, still it's about dizzy. There are a lot of active guilds. I am not opening my guild up because this guild is specifically, it's not meant to be full. It's not like a full community guild, it's just a few people are in it. There are a number of active guilds out there, don't worry. It's ambition minus 2 plus bleed. Well, exactly. Bleed's good, but if I'm using the drill shot, I'm not necessarily looking for dots as much. It's nothing personal, Dibsy. It's just like the guild we've got is very nearly full, or is full. Many guilds are active, and ultimately, if I say, yeah, you can come in, I have not stuck to the people I've already said no to. It's not fair for me to do that. I can't let you in and not allow the people in. It's not an open guild. Yeah. We'll go down here. Hello, Bailey. Hi. Oh. Hi, what's up, baby? Look, chat, it's a cat. He's so cute. Have I forgotten to feed him again? I fed him twice overnight. Both, like, he came up to join me when I went to bed. He woke me up about 5 for some food. I went back to bed. He came back up to join me and woke me up again at 8 o'clock for more food. This is my life. He knows that he can wake me up every 3.5 hours in the middle of a sleep cycle, and it just works. He is good. He's just a little silly cat, as you can see. There's no thoughts in there. It's all floof. Isn't it? It's all floof, Bailey. Yeah. Because you're having another clan. Yeah, of course. Yeah, don't believe him when he says that he hasn't been fed in weeks. He is lying to you. And now we play the game of which vendor is which.
The Baron commands that... Oh,
I mean, I'll grab them, but I don't really want them. They're not that good. Who climbs? I was hoping you'd get some more of the still suits in here, to be honest. It's kind of sad. Kind of a shit vendor, not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. Circuit gauntlets are part of my build. I love circuit gauntlets. Oh yeah, I know what Bailey says, don't worry. Beans. Where'd you get your personal rewards, Rusty? No, you have to go to each of the house vendors, like the house people. You have to go to the representatives for that house on the map. Yeah, armor vendors kind of grim, but hey, circuit gauntlets are at least better than nothing. I like the circuit gauntlets. They are my most used thing, so it saves me one set of farming for that, I guess. Big whoop. I'm hoping they do something to improve the house vendors and how you interact with them, because flying around to find those representatives sucks. Not knowing if you've got outstanding rewards sucks. Not knowing if you've already got the still suit swatch or whatever sucks. Like, a lot of the lands with interaction is just unnecessarily painful and could use a huge amount of rework to make it user friendly. Hold my tongue and wait. Just right till the backs were turned and you slip away. Yeah, I would agree that it's very fetch questy, which I don't like. Proceed. 20s was. Look at that, like a magic trick, chat. But the region, there you go. It's like I fixed it with magic. It definitely just didn't replace it. Luther's Luthering. We're still producing spice. I think this is the job that we started yesterday, chat, when we finished stream. Yeah, chasing Derek over the map also sucks. Fully agree on that front. Not what I want to do. We're just going to go over here instead. Third floor. Hi. Hi, baby. What's up? Meow. Meow. Any thoughts? No. I'm not following you, B. That's not happening. We're busy. We've got some stuff to do. I mean, yeah, but if you think about the way that the quests work, how would you know where he is? You wouldn't. So like, I can see why they don't give you like a ping where he is, but like there should be some kind of like radio, like a, you know, if you're receiving this message then I haven't checked back in, blah blah blah. You know, I went to XYZ location and have been there now for 3 days for this message. Come get me. Like there needs to be some kind of law-based trigger if you haven't found him within a certain amount of time, just to lead people into it, because otherwise you have no idea that you might have already cleared through the planetary research station that you need to go to before he Hello, what are you doing? You're sat right behind me. Up here? Nope. One second, that's gonna be a challenge. Oh. Slight issue on the cat cam. It appears to have broken, which is not great. We are down a cat cam. Yeah, unfortunately. Let's see. This one works, so you can still see where he is. Right, what's gone wrong here? Okay, so what has happened, chat, is that the thread in which the camera item sits, so the base of the camera, that is obviously what it would screw into. The thing that it would screw into is unfortunately has popped out, which means that obviously I can't screw anything into, I can't attach the camera, I can't do much with it at all. Sorry, chat. I'm just trying to fix the cat cam for B. Bear with me. Not that way around. Nope, that didn't work. Unhelpful. One second, chat. Let me just see what I've got here. Okay, I'm gonna have to do a return with that one, unfortunately. That's the second thing from Elgato that I've got which is broken, so it doesn't look great for them. It does, however, mean, chat, that we are down on cat cam. So if he's on the floor, we won't be able to... I won't be able to do anything, unfortunately. I can switch them over, but then we also don't get this cam. So, let's see how it goes. I've completely lost where I was in the game. Kind of annoyed by that, so let me have a think about where we are. What are we doing? Ba -ba -ba -ba. Yes, I'm not a robot. I can do these captures. Oh, glorious. Right. Oh, that'll be why. Hi, Bailey. Yeah? Hi. Oh, you're going down. Okay. Well, unfortunately, that camera is dead, B, so I can't. You can't show off like you normally do. Sorry, chat. Please bear with me. I'm trying to get everything sorted. I know it's not exciting to look at my inventory, but I need to get stuff fixed because if I don't do it now, I'll never do it, and then you'll never get a cat camera back, which will not be good. Doesn't help that Amazon's UI is so poor. I swear to God, they do it on purpose to make it unable to return things. Right, let's do this one at least. I would share my screen on this, but okay, you're just not going to remember the fact that I'm already logged in. Oh my God. I'm just going to start the ads now, chat. Get out of the way with, and then we can, okay, I'm not authorized to view the returns or support page, apparently. Here we go, finally. Hello, everybody. How are you doing? Airlines. Bear with me. I need to do this RMA for Elgato, and I will walk you through this, and I will tell you at the end whether I can recommend Elgato as a brand. Right now, I can tell you quite frankly, I do not, because this return process is shit. We didn't start the fire. They got bought by Corsair, which also looks shit. Oh, you're okay. Okay, bear with me on that one. Okay, well that one was fixed at the very least. What do you mean attach a PDF of my receipt? You don't give me a PDF, you give me a damn email. If they want me to print if they want me to print the email as a PDF, they can suck my right nut. That's not consumer compliant. There is also no view invoice button. My other option is literally just fucking at them. Deeply funny. See, my account, my orders. There we go. It's on a separate website, chat. See, that's the problem. It's on a separate website. Completely unconnected to the one that I'm currently on. Wild ass shit. This is called barriers to return and makes this not a non-compliant consumer protection issue. Date of purchase, June the 10th, so not even, so basically 3 months, chat. Please enter the part number. Fucking hell. Yes, your part number that just doesn't, they don't tell you where that is or how to find it. That would be too easy. I'm guessing it's this number on the bottom, which is... Oh my. Okay, we are back playing chat. I'm done with dealing with the Corsair, etc. for now. I'll have to deal with it after stream because it's going to be pissed off and I hate their customer support systems. Also, I don't want the cat cam to be broken. There's nothing I can do about it. That will likely mean there's no cat cam for the rest of the week, unfortunately. Unless I reconfigure and get rid of the desk cam. Or I could actually go back to the old Logitech cam. That thing's been working for 10 plus years, Elgar, so learn a fucking lesson from them, maybe. I know it's wild, but hey, that's where we're at. No, Yusicol, I haven't respect my character. Yeah, was it? The problem is that if you're gonna have a help article, then sorry, if you're gonna have a returns policy, that help article should be linked as part of your returns policy. If you're not doing that, you're just doing it to slow down the consumer to make it less likely for them to submit a return. It's a barrier to return. It's that simple. It's non-consumer. Can I buy a new camera? I can buy a new camera, but like that's not the point. And Alpha, you say that's by design, but that's illegal in the country that I'm in and they are operating in. So that's they can't be. If it's by design, then they're fucked. It's just frustrating because obviously, you know, you guys know as well as I do that I like to put on like a high quality stream, and like when stuff keeps breaking, I can't do that, and ultimately, like, where did I just drop that? Okay, well that's some of those things that you drop it and it just goes mysteriously missing. Weird. Wow, that's really gone. Fine. Yeah, you know that I like to put on a good stream. You know that, like, obviously Bailey is an important part of the stream. One of the things that, you know, I made sure to set up before we even, like, before we were, like, doing anything important was, you know, let's get cat cam sorted. Let's get good quality cat cams to have the... It's a really fundamental part. It's literally the thread in the bottom of it that you would mount it to anything. The thread has come out because it's a cheap little metal part that just seems to connect in. It's just stuck with the plastic to some glue. Like, what honestly is the point, Elgato? Like, so it's just frustrating. Are my wings really at what, this level? Yeah, that's the problem. Perfectly fine. And you know, so it's just frustrating. zip ties and duct tape. I can't. That's you. You don't understand how that works, Alpha. That's not going to work for a camera. I can't move it to show you Bailey. Like that camera has to move a lot, and it doesn't work. Maybe see you shouldn't have. That's the. I love the support battles. I don't get me wrong. I'm really great for it, but you guys shouldn't have to, and we shouldn't have to deal with this. Like that shouldn't be a thing. Who came and put their damn carrier in here already? This isn't ready. This is literally going to take damage. Fuck's sake. Didn't say to anyone that this was ready yet. Come on. Stupid risk. So yeah, it's just a bit frustrating, really.
I just dropped it off.
Yeah, I don't need to be more pissed off today. Yeah, I'm gonna be right back, chat. Tell me if you find it on the back of the car, right? Right, sorry about that, I'm back. You really know me, but you better being alone. Falling up short, wonder why I'm always falling apart, and it's so damn easy for everyone else, and I can't get over myself. I don't know, Dibsy, I haven't done my deep desert scanning yet. You'll get that in a bit. I'm dealing with some other stuff. We've been dealing with a crash with a broken cat cam, crashed stream stuff. It's not been a great stream so far, so just try my best to get back to being level. Deep Desert doesn't look any different to me so far, but again, Xanatos haven't scanned it. Can't tell you yet. It's wait. I'll be right back 1 second, chat. They're doing some war testing after fiascos. Maybe fix the damn fiascos first. I know that's shocking, right? But like... maybe don't allow inside information from devs to be given to a group of players who then use that to destabilize the entire testing phase, then end up PvP farming and wiping a bunch of people who are looking forward to testing out the new things. Then also don't allow them off completely scot-free when they keep and continuously exploit over and over again. Maybe fix those issues and the players won't be so pissed at you. I know it's a novel concept, Intrepid, but like, maybe fix your community and you'll fix your game. The problem is no longer all the players don't act. It's not a mechanics problem, it's a community problem. You've got groups like Polar who are ruining the gameplay experience for everyone, and because they're friends with the developers, the devs let it slide. So that's what's going wrong. And if they don't fix it soon, then they're going to be finding that they're going to have no players left at any point. Because there are already players who are regretting doing their what's the word? They're regretting backing the game and doing the testing they've done so far, let alone ongoing testing, which you're going to need people to do once the game comes out. Thank you all. Thanks to those of you who have sent a couple of like kind DMs, knowing that I'm having a bit of a hard time with the cat cam being down and bits of the stream not working out. So I really appreciate all the kind offers. I just, you know, I don't want to pass on. I don't want to pass on a company's failings to you guys. So while I appreciate the offers of like helping out with the camera and stuff, if you have suggestions of good cameras that might be better than what I'm using, so be it. That's appreciated. But like, I don't want the cost of my choice of company with whom I transacted to get this done to be at your guys' detriment or cost. That's not, I don't feel like that's right. They need to be making their failing right, in my opinion. So thank you all for the kind messages help. I'll be honest. Yeah, thank you for that. But just need Elgato to shut the fuck up and fix their problems, because ultimately, like, you can't have a $200 webcam where the mounting point breaks after 3 months of not even like serious use. Like, Mon Tyler, I've seen actionable evidence of some of the stuff that Polar have been engaging in on the US servers, and like the devs are just turning the blind eye. They don't care. It's really sad. It's really sad to see devs just not care about the community of their game because they are friends with the perpetrators of the problems. I think it's, to be honest with you, downright disgusting. Yep. It's sad because obviously I really believe in Ashes of Creation, but when you're getting these level of community issues that just aren't getting resolved and like the stuff that isn't being actioned on, I just think it's disgraceful behavior. Yeah, it brings, I think the reason that it's disproportionately impacting me is because it's one of the reasons why I left EVE Online. And like seeing another game going exactly the same way that I want to be excited about. Like, at this point, I would rather play Star Citizen than I would play Ashes of Creation, because at least in Star Citizen, I don't feel like the devs have their fingers on the scales. Yeah, well, exactly, Dragonfire. Yeah, well remembered. Yeah, that's exactly. Basically, people with their finger on the scale being like, oh, I like this side more. Or, you know, we as a company think this side is better. So I think the community has come from a lack of experience from the devs. I don't think it's lack of experience. Yeah, if I can honestly say, I'd rather play Star Citizen, and it's like, I know how fucked Star Citizen is, and I know all the gameplay loops that are broken. I know that you can sometimes teleport inside the sun while you're fast traveling. Like, I would rather play that as an experience and deal with some of the frustrations in that, because at least actually the game feels good to play from the last time that I played it. Like, it's actually been fun. Like, Ashes is just, it's the same combat over and over again now. Like, I don't want to do that anymore. I did ruin my own fun a bit there. But fine. Guy runs around the corner and just gets decked. Sorry, what was that? You wanted to say something? No? Oh, okay. Weird. I thought there was someone up there for a second. Videos. Wanna find love, but you know where the city is. Videos. Must have been the wind. Identify myself. That sounds like there's an enemy around somewhere nearby. I'm the postman. Oh, there's multiple. Okay. If we're going to do it that way, then we can have some more fun with it. Where the hell are all of my missiles? Are they all inside here? Here we go. Hello, it's the postman. Return to sender. How do I feel about Helldivers? I think the Helldivers devs are going to done a good job. I think ultimately, I think that without speculating, it's hard to say about Helldivers, but it feels to me like the developers were somewhat hamstrung and handicapped by their interactions with Sony rather than their own choices. Inside Ashes, it's their own choices. They are self-funded. And ultimately, I think it's just coming down to the fact that Ashes isn't a fun game to play. Blah. Why would I want to choose to spend my time doing that when I can actually have... Like, it's more fun for me to go around rocketing people in the face. Be real. No, don't get me wrong. I love rocketing things in the face. I'm naturally skilled at it. What's the question? How big do you need for carrier? You want it to be 4 wide by 7 long. Is the carrier size. I can show you if you'd like. Peridor Gamer, let me go show you. It doesn't need to be 6 by 8. 6 by 8 is way too wide. Except I'm not firing them guided, Sindri, so they are basically rockets. Locking on is for chumps. You don't need to lock on if you can just be accurate. It's simple. Are there multiplayer games that are good even with a bad community, or does that always make a difference? A good community or a bad community, like a bad community can ruin a good game, but a good community can't always save a bad one. It is a missile launch, Sindri, but it's what they were describing was the functionality of missiles applied to rockets, whereas the other way around, you can kind of get away with it. You can call an unguided missile a rocket, but to call a guided missile a rocket and to be fired from a rocket launcher isn't correct with their verbiage. They're talking about technical patch notes which need to be precise for players to judge their choices. It's a functionally different part of me having a conversation about it on stream. Except, Lamina, you can actually have great teams inside League of Legends. I know a group of friends who play League all the time. That's all they play, as just a group. And they're really positive and they're really supportive of each other with it. That's a good community in a good game. Like, that's... I don't think it's quite as clean cut. So yeah, you wanted to see the carrier, Peridor. Let me have a look at this. This is the carrier. It is big, but it's not as large as people are saying to you. If I land it here on top, we can see very easily how large it is. So you can see it is 3 wide there at the back. 4 is better. This is why I say 4 by rather than 3. See, 3 wide by 1. Start on the end. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. A little bit more 7. So you can do 4 by 7 is enough space. 3 by 6 and you'll probably squeeze in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Does that make sense? What you mean? No, that's a Darth Vader Pez dispenser, Gixon. I'm not sure what you mean by penis tower. That's a Darth Vader Pez dispenser. Sure, buddy. It's definitely a Darth Vader Pez dispenser. 6 by 8 is extra. I would say I would do 4 by 7 as tight, maybe 5 by 8, but 6 by 8 is a lot of space. All I can do. Glass stone. Let's grab some more of that. Where are my small TTP turrets? Look at these, chat. See, look, these are the little turrets that you've got for the event. But if I do... If I show you guys from this, like, you tell me those aren't vaguely phallic. Like, tell me the time to penis on that isn't, like... Oh, hang on one second. Ooh. I can feel my brain leaking out of my head. Excuse me. One of those is for me. That's why. Wonder why I had two of them in there. It's a BB gun. Pew pew. Wait, once again. Hello, hello Arthur, how you doing, bud? You wish streams were chatty as this? I mean, I'm very lucky that we've got people here who are hanging out and supporting me. It's genuinely, I had a bit of a moment a few minutes ago and I was just getting quite frustrated with like Elgato and with the stream setup not working. The fact that I still haven't changed the setup in here the way that I want to, so that I'm facing the other direction. It's just better for the cameras and stuff. And then now the camera breaks. Like, it's just a frustration. I just needed a second. I just needed a moment to crush all of those internal feelings of frustration. I didn't have the cat here. Normally the cat is the best mental health care, but he's not here right now, so I couldn't pet the cat. Oh, thank you very much, Bart. That is very kind of you to say, but I couldn't do it without you guys. Ultimately, it was the fact that you guys were here being awesome that I was like, you know what, no, I'll come back and we'll just push through. We can get through it. It's one of those things, right? One of those things. What was I looking to grab? I think it was actually more bodies. I wonder if I put everything in here if I can carry two bodies. Nearly. If I take these off, I will. I can't decide whether you should live or die. Oh, you probably go to heaven. Heart's dead inside, cold and hard and petrified. This song reminds me of Doctor Who. There is an episode where the Master returns, the Doctor Who's kind of age-old enemy, having been hidden away at the end of time. And he ends up creating a paradox machine and basically imprisons the Doctor. And there's a remarkably good scene where he plays this song on the bridge of a large airship. When freshly starting out streaming, is not to feel less chatty with an empty chat. Yes, I think it's easier to feel chattier when you're bouncing back off other people. Like I would struggle if there was no one in chat talking back and like bringing up new topics. Like when chat goes quiet, it can be hard to get everyone back energized, for sure. So yeah. My heart is cold, sad, cold and hard and petrified. Let's rebuild our inventory layout. The bottom should be like that. Most used tools at the top. Half used, ammunition, ammunition. Backup, occasionally used. I don't know, I still don't know if I need that. Used a lot, used a lot. Used occasionally, used a lot. A lot. A lot. In use. Use currently. Probably didn't do that in the right order, did I? Definitely not. No, you don't have to worry about being quiet. No, we're talking about somebody asked a question about it. Never watched Doctor Who. What would you recommend? I would recommend starting with the Christopher Eccleston series and working your way forward from there. That's what most... If you ask somebody who is, you know, 30 or so years old, most of them... Well, somebody's like 35, 30, 25, something in that border. Like, you watch the Doctor Who when it you watched Doctor Who when it came back out. Most people didn't go back and watch the old Doctor Who's. So I don't think you'd be missing out to an extreme degree if you didn't go back and watch them all. That's not for everyone. Learn to talk to yourself starting out. I mean, you can do that. It's about narrating what it is that you're doing for yourself more than anything, I think. But I'm not. Whoa. Whoa. So Christopher Eccleston is like the 2000 and somethings is when they restarted doing Doctor Who after a long time. I would recommend starting there. I'm just going to leave my rad suit behind. I don't need it often enough to make it worthwhile carrying. 6 volume adds up. I don't need... Let's leave 19 of these behind. Take another 10 of those out. That will go on to be under 100. Nice. I wish I was royal, but I'm not. Whoa. I think Eccleston was really good for getting back into it. Eccleston always gave an idea of a Doctor who was just kind of making it up as he went along, which I think is quite nice. He was a really good Doctor for kind of getting used to what Doctor Who was, but I think that for me, Doctor Who really stepped up when you got to Tennant. When Eccleston became Tennant was like Tennant was the second Doctor I'd seen being released week by week, but was, I would say, let me do this. Let me just angle this down slightly. I would say that Tennant was probably more of what I would see as like Doctor Who, and kind of got me really into the character and kind of the long chain of it. I think he was a really good second Doctor to see. I think David Tennant wouldn't have been a good first Doctor to see, which is why I don't recommend you start with Tennant. I recommend you start with Eccleston. I think that Tennant was a really good second Doctor for me, and I think that worked out quite nicely. And then going from Tennant into Matt Smith. Matt Smith was a very different type of Doctor. You could see the elements of David Tennant that he was trying to emulate, but also being his own character and person. I think actually Matt Smith's character was capable of growth in a way throughout the series that took him away from Tennant's Doctor, but I think that was needed because Tennant's Doctor was so strong and is so universally seen as, you know, someone's Doctor. I think that actually they needed to change what the Doctor was like in the second half of Matt Smith's reign, as it were, to give Doctor Who more life in future. I don't think Doctor Who would have be running like it is if it wasn't for that. And real talk, I don't think Doctor Who should I don't think they should be worried about like terminate the series for 10 years. Come back in 10 years time. Come back in 20 years time. That's what they did the first time. That's why Doctor Who was, you know, great. Then people will be watching it with their kids in 20 years time. So like I think that, yeah, I always recommend that. Oh, hang on, be right back. Sorry about that. That was the front doorbell. I'm on front doorbell duty because the spare human has sinusitis, so she's not very well. You're surprised? Why are you surprised I'm a Doctor Who fan? That's interesting. I'd love to know why that's a surprise to you. It happens. I think she's got it recurrently. We're waiting to see an ENT about it. See, I struggled with Peter Capaldi. I was talking about this on stream before. I struggle with Peter Capaldi as a Doctor because when I was a teenager, I watched a TV show called Skins in the UK. The Americans did a version of Skins, so it wouldn't surprise me if many of you know what it's like, kind of what it's about, kind of how it flows. But in the first 2 seasons of Skins, there is a character called, well, the main character is Tony Stoneham, Nicholas Hoult, who's in lots of other things. His sidekick / best friend is a guy called Sid, who is basically a wet blanket. But Sid's dad is played by Peter Capaldi, and he is incredibly Scottish, incredibly coarse, very, very brutal on his kid. He's hilarious, but like every time I saw Peter Capaldi as a Doctor, for some reason, I just couldn't get him, like, I don't know, just him effing and blinding about just I mean, you'll understand it if you've seen it. But like Peter Capaldi's character in that was so different to the Doctor that it was a real like cognitive like for me for a while. It was deeply funny. I think Capaldi, yeah, I think that ultimately I'm not sure Doctor Who was the right show for him. I think that he's an exceptionally good actor, but I don't know if the Doctor's character was one that I think fitted my image of how Capaldi acted. But I think that is more to do with how the Doctor was written for those stages, and the fact that I don't think they really fundamentally changed. I think it's a bit like with Matt Smith. Matt Smith's original kind of appearance as the Doctor was very Tennant-esque. I don't think Capaldi's character was given the same kind of room to grow as Matt Smith's was. You could see that like Smith was given quite a lot of leeway, and it felt to me a little bit like Capaldi was written into a corner on a couple of things where I think he could have probably done it. He could have probably acted things better. It would have suited the way his acting style worked if it had been written in a slightly different way. You disagree? You're more than welcome to disagree. I don't mind. You're more than free to talk about why. I don't like the I disagrees and you're wrong. I disagree because, and then you give me reasons. But you guys know that. You guys know, so I'm sure you're typing a reason right now. Yeah, basically, I think Matt Smith was given more chance to shine because he had better storylines. Yeah. You're working on reasoning about brushing your teeth, fair. Yeah. Yeah, like I said, I don't think he was given the same chance as Matt Smith was. I think Matt Smith had better writing for him at the time and was given more room to shine. Also, I do think a lot of Doctor Who is very dependent on the monsters that they give you, and like the arcs you get in terms of villains and enemies. A lot of what makes Doctor Who great is the way that he is the foil to those enemies, and he causes the problem for them. Like, you know, the way he is with the Daleks is very specific. If you're given, I guess, the right enemies, I think the Doctor is given more of a chance to shine and to grow. I think Capaldi had growth. I think his character had growth, but I don't think it was in a way that set up for his. I think it was a. Tennant's growth was written for his character based on the way that Tennant acted the Doctor. That's why the Doctor would like worked so well for Tennant. It was Tennant's Doctor. I don't think Capaldi was able to make the Doctor his own in such a way because of the nature of Capaldi's acting style. Personally, Capaldi had a. Who was Capaldi's partner? Because you had, was it Matt Smith or Karen Gillian all the way through? Was it Clara Oswald? That's the one, wasn't it? Now, she's very good, to be fair. Like, as a companion, I thought she was all right. I think she was quite good in The Sandman, which is why I can remember her quite well. The scariest monster of the show you of the fallen angel statues. The weeping angels are an absolutely iconic. They are probably my second favorite Doctor Who enemy. Yeah, I would say the weeping angels are my second favorite Doctor Who enemy in terms of like threat and fear. I still think that the Vashta Narada are more terrifying. For those of you who don't know by the Vashta Narada, if you remember the Silence in the Library episode, where it was basically creatures that dwelled in the darkness of a dead library, and they were basically eating people inside of their astronaut suits and then utilizing their last words stored in the memory buffer. So the Weeping Angels were good, but I liked the threat and the way the threat rebuilt with the Vashta Narada in the library. Yeah. It's also, obviously, there's a little bit of spoilers in there, but it's one of the very few times when you see something really, like, bad happen to one of the companions. Because, like, at one point, you are very much assured of the fact that we actually might lose a companion. I'm not going to give you any more information than that, but, like, it did a really good job of that. Because a lot of the time you're like, oh, you know, the Doctor's going to be safe. You know, the companion's going to be safe because they're the Doctor, because they're one of the companions. That was the nice part of it. They actually made you believe that actually, you know, the companion could go at any time for that episode, which is quite nice. Because that, I think, helps with a lot of the threat feeling. It's one of the reasons why some of the special episodes of Doctor Who are actually in some ways better. For example, there is an episode, I think it was a Christmas special. It's the first time you encounter Wilf, the character, who is Donna Noble's father. It was a episode where there was a spaceship hurtling down towards Earth at Christmas time, and it's basically it's one of the Christmas specials, I believe. That's why. The reason I quite like that is it explored lots of little side characters, and you've got to see characters like Kanna Bafalata, which is just, as a character name, Kanna Bafalata, what, 10 out of 10. Oh. And I liked seeing a little bit more development of more of the side characters inside Doctor Who, because often some of the side characters that you only encounter for one episode are actually really cool and really interesting. You don't get enough of a chance with them to really kind of see them come to light. Whereas sometimes they do manage to bring that out in some of the specials when they haven't got a companion that's kind of like baked in yet. It's quite nice to have non-companion storylines. Like before Riversong became quite as important a character as she became, it was really cool to have the idea of another traveler through time on the more conventional path, although still not fully conventional, encountering the Doctor at things like the library, which is one of the reasons why I think the Silence in the Library, the Vashnarada, was a good episode, because it also introduced this idea of somebody who the Doctor has absolutely no idea, and yet is also fundamentally aware of the Doctor on a number of levels that they can't even reveal at that time because of the nature of time. It was nice to see the tables turned on the Doctor, because the Doctor might show up in people's lives over and over and over again, but it's very rare that someone will show up in the Doctor's life over and over again, and yet he won't have recognized that yet. That was quite nice. So I think that's part of what made that first episode of River Song good. I'm not personally the biggest fan of where that storyline went, but I think that's my personal preference on it. I think it could have been done a bit better, but I really liked the way that she showed up out of sync with his timeline to lead in. It's not really spoilers, Sabu. Like, at the end of the day, it's stuff that's like 5 to 10 years old, and if we're you can't have a conversation about the character without talking about some of those elements. I do try and keep it vague to keep spoilers out, but at the end of the day, I'm here to give my opinion. Of course, yeah, spoilers. Yeah. Sorry, I thought you were talking about spoilers for me talking about it. I was like, eh. I liked the original use of the Weeping Angels. That side episode they did, which was pretty much purely focused on non-Doctor Who characters. The reason the original episode was so good, I think, was again because it let you look at it from a different character perspective, and you didn't know those characters were safe. I like the problem I have with Doctor Who is that you always have the feeling the Doctor and their companion are safe. Because when the companion changes, you hear about it in the news, and when the Doctor changes, everyone fucking knows about it, and they're worrying about it. People wonder about it for months or years afterwards. It's nice when you have side characters because you can actually get invested, and you might lose that side character. Jack Harkness was also a good recurring character. A bunch of people just dropped a bunch of spoilers in chat, but yes. I wish they did more with the character that he becomes, if that makes sense, without giving any spoilers away, chat. That was the end of an episode after all of your involvement with that character. But Torchwood was quite a good spin-off. I quite enjoyed that. That was quite good. That is the least circumspect possible. Right, let me just blow my nose. It's hay fever season. Oh yeah, the Master was done very, very well as a character. I liked the what's his name, John. It's not. Who was the one that I think most? It was like John something. John Sim? John Sa I think John Sim did an incredibly good... Yeah, I just googled it. It is John Sim that I was thinking of. I think John Sim did an exceptionally good job of the Master. I think that was very difficult for me to see anyone else in that position. What are premium drops? Ah, well, I'm glad. Really make me laugh. Premium drops are lackluster. They are drops for premium gamers. And we're all premium gamers here, right? On premium machines. It's another Randy joke. Your name's Laxter, isn't it? Is that what I said? Did I say lackluster? I meant Laxter. Yeah, you guys can be upgraded to premium. If you're here in this chat, then you can be a premium gamer for the day. How about that? I've not kept up with Doctor Who since midway through Peter Capaldi. That's when I lost track. I need to go back at some point. You can call it out before the birds. How was Ncuti Gatwa? How did that go? Like, how was the writing for them? I think my challenge for Ncuti always would have been the fact that, like, the first role I saw them in was in Sex Education, which is a very funny show, don't get me wrong, but, like, it's a very different role than the Doctor. Before. So. It's pretty decent. Some misses in terms of episodes. When you say misses in terms of episodes, how so? The writing was fine. They went a bit far. Actors did a good job of what they were given. Didn't really enjoy the writing though. Ending of Capaldi's run was so poorly done in my opinion. Yeah, I think that was the issue. I wasn't enjoying Capaldi's episodes towards the end, so I stopped, and I didn't get back into it. You know how it happens. You get busy, you start watching other stuff, and all of a sudden it's 5 years later and you haven't engaged with the franchise. Yeah, like that. In the silence, no sudden move. This isn't everything you are. And hold on tight. Days ago, just hello. Hello, Gerbil. How are you doing today, bud? I've got something in my calendar for you later. They made Doctor far too emotional. He was crying every episode. Every episode had tears. Weird. I don't know. I think that's always going to be the difficult part of it. The Doctor has seen shit. Like, the Doctor has suffered in the way that almost no other member of that universe has suffered. He has been through and made some of the harder choices that the Doctor has. I mean, yeah, the Doctor's always had to make some of the hardest choices. So for them to be crying substantially, it doesn't necessarily reflect the emotional hardness the Doctor would have built up over, what, 1,000 years of life now? There must be. He was 900, nearly 1,000 when I was watching in Matt Smith days, so he's probably 1,000 plus now, if not infinitely aged, because I remember there was something about a time prison where he got stuck in it or something. So, I don't know. Yeah, I could understand why it would be a bit, that you get a bit of cognitive dissonance if the Doctor is always getting emotional when the Doctor's, you know, whole thing is, like, the whole background is kind of contrary to that. Yeah, I can see why that would throw people off. Not necessarily that there's anything wrong with a more emotional Doctor, but it's more just a matter of the fact that, like, that's not necessarily what the Doctor is, or doesn't really line up with the background that we have of the Doctor, right? My understanding of that. Hockenbury, thank you very much for the Prime sub, buddy. You are awesome. It's very kind of you. Welcome to the community. Yeah, you need to go higher up, apparently. That's going to be way too far away. Okay, no, apparently we're just 2 meters away. I'd make a good Doctor. Thank you. G would be my companion. Oh my god, that would be... G would be the character which always just, like, comes in and needs rescuing. That's the problem. Like, I could just see it. Why did you eat the strange, you know, the strange devil eggs? Like, what were you doing? Why? Okay, fine. Now we've got to go on an adventure to this really weird planet to find the natural predator of that weird pet thing that you've, you know, psychically bonded with. Come on. I'm not serious enough for the Doctor. I'd make a fantastic Harkness. I would be fine being a sarcastic TARDIS AI. Put me on the TARDIS, give me the ability to be sassy, and I'll just hang out all day, just causing, like, mischief on the TARDIS. Also, I'd be like, okay, well, you want to go to the shops, but I think you'd have more fun going back to 16th century England and, you know, going on an adventure to kill werewolves. No, give the AI the ability. No, because the AI isn't going to by default be sassy. Like, just let me transcend my physicality into the spirit of the TARDIS and just kind of dwell as myself. As long as I can be sassy across comms, that's the main thing. Because if it's an artificial intelligence, you're going to need to artificially give it the ability to sass. Sass would have to be an active choice of an AI. Fine. I'll be female if it means I get to be the TARDIS. What are you gonna? Well, fine, whatever. I'm a box. Like, I'm time and relative dimension in space at that point. I don't care. Who wouldn't want the free booba? If that's what it takes to be an immortal machine that can, like, yeet myself through time, fine. You treat like that's some kind of massive, like, I'd be immortal and I'd get to yeet people into adventures at my choosing. Like, it'd be like being the D&D AI in this, but where I could actually be like, oh, well, you wanted to do this. You wanted to go and get your car cleaned. Instead, I think that you'd benefit from a nice emotionally cleansing trip to a dying planet where you can save the inhabitants. I just think people are setting their sights too low, to be honest with you. That's just what it is. Get Vicky involved to put nice makeup on a dress. If Vicky wants to put makeup on a nice dress, she can. That's her choice. It's getting to the wrong season for that, chat. Like I've said, the only time I would consider wearing a dress of any kind is A, pockets, absolute must-have, and B, like the hottest days of summer. Because, you know, at that point, it just they just seem more ventilated. I think we're missing out. The Scottish have the right idea too. But pockets, like, has had pockets. I know why people get excited for pockets. It makes sense. No blame, no hate. Fully get it. Who wouldn't want pockets? I'm not sure. I wouldn't know how to do. I genuinely would have no idea what I was doing, Alpha. Like, the idea of doing eyeliner scares me, because like I'm gonna stab myself in the eye. Like, how do you do that and not stab yourself in the eye? Ladies of chat, let me know. Or, you know, actually anyone in chat who does eyeliner, let me know, to be honest. Not sure what I'm saying. Because, like, I don't know, I shake. Like, I've got nerve damage in my hands, so like, I'm gonna be painting my eyeballs a lot if I do that. I'm not sure I'm okay with it. With every bit of respect, you know, do any of you have friends who are paramedics? And have you ever thought, like, with every bit of love and respect in the world, if I had an accident and one of my friends who was a paramedic showed up, I'd be like, it's okay, I'll wait for the next one. It's not because I don't trust you, it's just because I know you so well that I can't trust you. I have 3 friends who are paramedics, and I've said that to all 3 of them, and 2 of them were like, you know what, fair. One of them I've known for like 20 years, and I've had to carry them up their stairs while their parents were asleep as a teenager to drop them into their own bed while they were passed out. Like, so that's why I would be like, you know what, I'll wait for the next one. Next time, I'm not sure you can say that without. I think that's a personal threat, G. Also, you're like 3'9". Okay. Not quite, but you know what I mean. This is just payback because I got you to throw pillows at your husband when it wasn't actually his fault, isn't it? That's what it is. I think that's fair. You know what? Fine. You won't forgive. I don't care. It was worth it. The only thing he'd like, ultimately, all I said was things that went along with your assumption. You just assumed it was him. You had such a low opinion of your own husband that you assumed that he would give me memes about you to make you feel mortified, which isn't inaccurate. You also thought it was, yeah, to be fair, you did think it was you. I didn't let you think it was you. You thought it was you. I'm sorry about that, Alpha. I find it reasonably supportive in that, you know, it's just same shit, different day, right? Do private servers share deep desert with public servers? By public servers, you mean the official servers? No. But private servers can, they do share deep deserts with a group of other private servers. Some of them may be set to public. So, yes, but also the answer to your question is yes. But I think what you're actually asking is no, because they don't share with the official ones. Most private ones are, of course, passworded, so you're not going to have that problem. We didn't start the fire. That's a shame, that ridge drops too much. Yeah, I know what you meant. Yeah, I think I worked out what you meant, Gixon. Yeah, so we don't share servers with the official the official public ones. So. But we are getting news on. So on the next dev live stream, we should be getting news about server transfers apparently, which is interesting. Used to be. But Alpha, that would be French. I'm gonna allow that one through because AutoMod says that. And then I'm gonna put that in your mod comments, Alpha, so that I can save that for a rainy day. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. Good job. Saved. Thank you. Thank you for that. Got that saved forever. Good job. If you say to chat that you're curious what you look like as a twink femboy, then I'm saving that. I'm saving that forever. I'll show anyone who listens. You're the one that said it. I didn't... No one else made you say that. You chose to say that. That's like what Classic Buster said in a different chat that I saved it over here. Just stand behind everything you say, yeah. Double down on it, yeah, you'll be fine. Yeah, you're probably looking for Finster. Okay, let me go and look at... Let's see the one that Classic Buster said. Flash user... Classic Buster. Because this one was over in Vicky's stream when I saved it across. I remember this one. Oh, I like to whisper to my balls. Excellent. Love that one. That one was great. Again, if you're going to say this on Twitch, be aware that somebody... One second, chat. I'm just being told that, I might should change the schedule for tomorrow. Right, I've sent a DM. Um. What is this? What is happening? Okay, just completely missed. Fine. I'm fine with that. It is a rude sandstorm, but it's not my problem apparently. Otherwise I would have gotten a warning. You guys are still talking about Alpha's message. It was deeply funny, I'm gonna be honest. Ridiculous behavior. And to be honest, I might not have noticed it if it hadn't been for auto mod. That's the funniest part. Oh, we're talking about... Okay, we are talking about it. Okay, fine. You're just being... I'll be honest, like, fine. I don't care. It's 2025. Do what you want, bud. Like... Who gives a fuck how anyone, like, dresses or chooses to present? Honestly, who's got enough time to care about that stuff? There's bigger things in the world to deal with. Oh. Hello, Nihilus. How are you doing, bud? Google, we're going down swinging. Sunrise on Arrakis. We're going down swinging. That joke's on you, James Brown. Sabu's not cool. Sabu's hot. He's in the sun. He's in the sand. Look at him. He's out on Arrakis. There's no cool on Arrakis. I'm just dying to be here. I don't know, weren't we expecting like new deep desert layouts this week to be kind of cool and interesting? So far I've seen absolutely nothing like new. I mean, there's a nice ring mouth in I-9. What do you mean? Don't forget, there's plenty of fuel in there. I'm not even running on fumes, Satori. New loot tables.
Lizard.
Do I like asymmetric gameplay? What are my views on vampires? I define what do you mean by asymmetric gameplay here? And what are my views on vampires? I think vampires pretty chill. Depends on the kind of vampire, really. Do you mean isometric? What we do in the Shadows Vampires? Yes. What we do in the Shadows Vampires? Great. Energy Vampires, hilarious. Most devious bastard in New York City. Ah, the way that Matt Berry enunciates, just it's just gold. Ooh, have a drink. I want to see Matt Berry in more things. He's hilarious. I've enjoyed him since IT Crowd. Father. He's also funny as Toast in his detective show. No. You get your ads for turtles? What? Why does Thor look like Jim Broadbent? That is, to be fair, I enjoy that. Thank you very much, Shoop. I appreciate you. Once again, you've got no turtle ads. It's a shame. G8, G7, F8, F7. See, now we're at low fuel. Now we start thinking about, have we got enough fuel? There you go, 58%. That's enough fuel. That's loads of fuel. Reload this. Oh, really? So it's now they will fail as soon as... All I wanted was to repair my boost modules. It used to be that you could fire the Survey Probe Launcher and then as long as you didn't change weapons until it was at its maximum height, it wouldn't cancel. Have I heard of V-Rising? Would I be interested in playing it on stream sometime? Potentially. It's been out for a while, hasn't it, Hades Gamma? V-Rising? It's all about Blurred. Go and have a look. Is there anything that's come out for the game recently? Oh, Darksiders 4's coming out soon. Morgoth plays, thank you very much for the Prime sub, buddy. Appreciate you. Hope you are doing well. Hope you're enjoying the stream. Thanks for coming today, bud. And I hope you enjoy your Bailey emotes. More of those emotes are coming soon, chat. Don't you worry. I've got a... Should have some middle of next week. There should be the first batch of emotes from my new artist. It's exciting. Already got 60 neighbors in the queue for drinks. That's good. How much water supply maximum have we got, Sabu? What is our maximum water storage in that base looking like? What is our maximum water storage? 1.8 mil. That's probably enough. I don't know if Pan Meowgi is on our servers. G5, G6, G5. That's what was one of the reasons why I say again. You'll hear me say that. It's because I've been taught not to say repeat. Sometimes I will say again. Because sometimes it's just sitting there in my head. When you're in EVE, you spend a lot of time with military people. They tell you all kinds of stuff. Like about, you know, what you shouldn't do on radios. And some of it you retain and some of it you do on purpose because it winds them up. Like making sure you say the word over in as many different sentences as possible. If you're ending a term with over, you just say, well, we're not going to get over that kind of barrier, but you know, I'm going to get over that. I hope that you're doing well over there. I'll catch you later, over. Just mess with people. They're never sure. Especially if you pause interestingly, it makes them think that they're the issue. You mean fumph? Have I seen the fuel just automatically refuel in flight? No, I have not seen that, Balthazar. That's an interesting one. Over and out makes you twitch. Why is that? Because that's old style radio format. I don't know if that's still used anywhere. You just say out. I don't know, I grew up doing lifeguarding work and stuff. I was part of the harbor guard every summer, or harbor master work. So I was used to doing radio calls and such. Was that you, Asuna? Good morning. Oh, did I hit? What was the damage, Asuna? Oops. Remember that, like, visually it might look like that, but you can't guarantee. They did fly off pretty quickly, so I assumed they hit. It looked like a tail hit. Hull 22%. Well. I'm just giving you the opportunity to test out your evasive maneuvering, Small Mike. Also, you flew directly at me in a dive when I was scanning. I didn't like it. It upset my delicate sensibilities. How bad should I feel about an abandoned Plastinium tier base that's lost its thief console? Napalm Burns? On Arrakis, waste is considered heresy, basically. I would be disappointed with you if you didn't take everything from that base. If the thief console is gone, that's just free real estate. There you go. Yeah, see, you've got it already. You've got it already. They also turned directly when they saw me and approached me, which also makes me suspicious, which is the reason I fired the rocket. Wait, what did Sabu learn from me? Look, I'll be honest with you, like, fully agree, Sabu might have learned some bad habits from me, but most of the time they're funny ones, so I can stand by them. Oh yeah, Sabu's saying say again, maybe. But no, the reason that we would use say again is it's easier to come across a handheld boat radio. Because VHF radios are not particularly clear, especially depending on the age of what you're doing. Look, my rule on raiding bases is gonna be reasonably simple, right? It's gonna be, if the base has no thief console, you should be able to take it. You can take it. Take it. That, like, someone else will. Hi, Bailey. Yeah. Meow. Do you want me to move that to one side? Oh yeah, come on. There you go. You want to go out? You want to go that way? There you go. Cat can see your tail now. 10-4 is the one that I use quite a lot still. It's just about, like, knowing, like, strange things, like, you knowing that if you're out at sea, the VHF frequency around where we were is channel 16. It's weird little safety things that you don't ever think you're going to need to know, and then all of a sudden, like, you know how to do the Mayday, you know how to do a Mayday call. 10-9 is, say again, 1096 is crazy person. So I guess if you say 10-9 6 times, then you become a 1096. Is that what happens? Just a random user, is eating Legos healthy for you? I'm not a doctor, and I don't necessarily know and wouldn't want to assume that you're human, but if you are, generally, eating Lego is not positive for humans. They can't gain any nutritional benefit from it. Oh, Morgoth, hang on, let me answer your question as well. Yeah, sorry, so I didn't see your original question. I'm mapping the Deep Desert mostly because you do get XP, but I'm just doing it because I wanted to see what the Deep Desert is like, and I like to scan it for myself each week. Not Sergeant Gibbon, the drops are currently live, they are active, they are going on. You are all good on that front. Anything is edible once, not true. Anything in a small enough size is edible once. You need to put a caveat on it. Not everything is edible once. You can't eat a black hole. It's not gonna be possible. It will eat you. You can't eat XQC. XQC isn't edible. Well, actually, that's technically untrue. I don't know, actually. I've never tried to eat an XQC, so I wouldn't know for certain. You're right, chat. When you sneeze, you need to apologize to your dog for waking XQC up. I'm not sure where this conversation went, Pan Meowki, but I don't know why. I don't know why that you need to apologize to your dog for waking up XQC. I'm just making fun of Taffy who said QCX, and it's all of the same letters as XQC. That's all it is. Is eating spaghetti a good choice? Look, all pasta is good. But, of pasta, spaghetti is the worst pasta shape. I will reignite the pasta wars. Everything that spaghetti could do, another type of pasta can do better. All of you are describing things which are bad in specific instances, whereas spaghetti is always just... There's always stuff that's better than spaghetti. Bolognese, better. You can do things better with the tagliatelle, for example. Oh, okay. I wasn't sure what you were asking, Taffy. There was no context there. Spaghetti is just mid, exactly. Everything spaghetti can do, another pasta can do better. Spaghetti is overrated, I think. It's good because it's still pasta. All pasta is good. But I think spaghetti is overrated. And because of it's overrated, it gets overused, which is why it's the worst pasta. I don't think it's the worst type of pasta full stop, but it's the worst type of pasta because it's overused as well. Which makes its worseness worse. Well, I hope that your friends' kittens are enjoying the wedding. Good to know. And I'll catch you in a bit. See, macaroni is good for macaroni and cheese. So, like, I'll accept that there is a use for that. Spaghetti would be worse for mac and cheese. Hello? You agree, don't you? Or is it because I said the word cheese? You want to jump down? Okay. Okay, he's going to go and have a snack. Ramen noodles aren't pasta, they're noodles. Like I said, I want to be really clear. I'm not saying that spaghetti is bad. I'm just saying it's the worst of the pasta shapes. Tagliatelle have better sauce coverage. Underrated pasta shape, conchigli, the seashells, excellent for like a meaty sauce because you can have like it can sit inside the pasta without it being, you know, closed off shells. Conchigli, I think it is, or conchig. Yeah, that's what we're gonna go. We're gonna go conchigli. Conchilione, no, conchigli. Oh yeah, if you never upgraded your hull past Mark 4, it will definitely have taken it. I have a friend who gets cannellini and a cannoli mixed up. They must get so sad to get one, not the other. I mean, if you're expecting one, maybe, you know, I don't know. Maybe you're disappointed by the other, maybe not. That's an individual choice. Which makes me laugh. What have you done? My new favorite game is just reacting to things in Discord with the lizard.
Lizard. Lizard. Lizard.
See? Yep. How goes the Brogdon taking over the space worm? We've become the worm. We now speak for the worms, and we know what the worms are saying and thinking at any given time. Ooh, you look like a lizard with my face pressing the button. I could ask. That sounds pretty cursed. Maybe a Bailey pressing the button. Lizard. Lizard. And it's the picture of a beef burger. Maybe I should turn Nightbot punching people in the head in their face for doing too many capitals. I should turn back on specifically for Arthur and for G. Or we have a day of the week where it's just all caps. No. My personal favorite pasta shape, rigatoni. Large tube. Large tube go brrr. Large. What was that? Oh, you can't. No one can stop you. Caps lock equals cruise control for the cooler. It's been deleted. That's a shame. No one can stop you, indeed. You know what? With love, fucking hell. You see me? I don't know what you mean. This will work. I'm in the PvE area now. That's no fun. I can't send rockets at people if they rock. I can still rocket people if they show up. What? Who am I kidding? The goblins are trying to eat. Why are the goblins trying to eat glue again? Not again. As long as they're eating, as long as they've got enough fiber with the glue, we haven't got a problem. It's when they only eat glue that we have an issue. I'm just want to be real clear about that. No, it's a Baru emote. Oh, the pandas are coming. I love Baru. I can't wait to see him. I think I need to find out Baru's going to TwitchCon. See, if I want to create a voice note, that's a problem. Actually, no, it's not a problem. Chat, you're going to get to hear something quite funny. When I first sent Baru a message, my phone auto-corrected it, so I can do this. Set a reminder for 8 PM to send a message to Admiral Bathroom. Thank you. Done. Yes, my phone corrected Admiral Baru, which was obviously Baru's name, to Admire Bathroom. Admire Bathrooms, I think it was. So, yeah. 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 If you ever hear me say that I'm gonna go admire bathrooms, it means that I'm gonna go and I'm chatting with Admiral Baru. That's what happens. What that means. That channel I don't moderate enough because I am actually a modder for Baru and I don't do my job, but that's because Baru doesn't really need moderation in the same way. I'm 1 meter away from my probe spacing out. That's not great. We just won't move. If you can't find fun names for your friends, like, what's even the point? If it's not emotionally turbulent when you have new banter for stuff, then what's even the point, you know? Yeah, Thor's been in a habit of messaging me like middle of his normal sleep cycle, which is my sleep cycle. That's become a thing. Whoop. most of my friend group's nicknames are based on things that are either like wrong with them or things that they have said, which are really embarrassing. And I'll talk about some of that after the ads. That's the God Emperor Thor. We can switch to these ads if you like. If that's less cursed. Alpha, thank you very much for your gift sub to Arthur there. It's very much appreciated. At some point, maybe I should do like a combined of all of the Thors that we've got, and then we could create a bingo system for ad Thors. I'm gonna need a lot more Thors for that, but we could definitely do a Thor bingo. I could even put numbers on them. Hello, Sick a Smile. How are you doing? Can you trust me? Probably not, but depends what with. Depends what it is. You can trust me a lot on certain things. There are just other things you definitely can't trust me on. Like, you can trust me to always make something into a meme if I think it's going to be funny for people. Is it, can you trust me with a deep secret that you're embarrassed about and I don't think it's a big deal? Yes, but I'll encourage you to let me talk about it for content. And if I say, can I talk about this? And you say, fine, yeah, expect me to talk about it. Okay, don't send G your card details. That's... Wow. But broadly, yes, if you do actually have something you need to talk about, you can message me and I will try and get back to you on it, James Brown. If you actually need something. Yeah, G is trustworthy in the same way that, like, if you want to speak into a tornado and tell them where you live, then so be it. But, like, the tornado might come visit. There's a reason why whenever like the only time that G has come to visit, I drove her here rather than her finding her own way, because, you know, we can't have her, like, knowing where she's finding herself. Like, you know, I don't want her to, like, know where she was going and stuff. It's easier this way. Also, we went to go hang out and I was just be like, so we've got like 2 hours. Do you want to come and meet Bailey? And the answer was, of course, yes. And there was some doubt as to whether he would show up. But he showed up indeed. Also, I need to remember when Mr. Greggles is back. Speaking of, see me next week. Yeah, sure. Yeah, I'm down. So down. I need to find out what I'm doing this week. If I'm not doing anything this week, I might be free Friday. Oh wait, no. Here we go. I didn't want mobile Twitch. I think Greg is back this week, which means that I think I'm busy on Thursday. Which means that next week I am more free on Friday. Hey, Sick a Smile, thank you very much for the sub 1 month. Welcome on in, welcome to the community. Really appreciate the love and support, it's very kind of you. Thank you very much. I don't trust what you guys are doing with like to each other in chat. It seems pretty questionable. Yes, it's this week. Sick Smile, it is my pleasure. I've always said that my community is, at its core heart, you know, the important part of what I want to do for the stream, like why I want to do the stream, you know. It's kind of like, we've got a combination of people here from a couple of other great communities, like Vicky's community, Mr. Greggles, Pirate Softwares, Annie Fuchsia's, Premier 2's, Admiral Baru's, like a bunch of people who have given me a huge amount of support and, kind of encouragement basically, and like I couldn't do this without you guys, so thank you to you for being part of the community. Ultimately, like, you know, I strongly like believe as long as I continue to kind of do my thing and moderate well and kind of keep the community on track, you guys will kind of create your own culture, which is the important part, and that's the key bit of it. I'm not the only one who, while I might steer some of it, I'm not the one who decides how you guys act to each other. So I really kind of appreciate all of you, to be honest. It doesn't really matter if it's spicy, it's still good. It's no problem. The reduction on the abonnements for 6 months, is that cut into your part as well? I don't believe so, Mont Island. No, it's the sum is made up by I think it's Valorant this year. I remember thinking. I have too much imposter syndrome for that. Valorant is the gift us on the 26th. Fair enough. There we go. That's what I've been saving on for doing some gifts to people. So I'm looking forward to the 26th. I think we're gonna I may do like a small subathon-y type thing with some giveaways potentially. If you guys want to do that, we basically got to see how many free subs we can get. Like we can get Valorant to give us. That's basically the goal. Because if you give 5 subs, Valorant normally, well, last year they did 1 sub plus a bonus amount, and like you could get up to like 20 in the bonus amounts. It was kind of wild. So like, I just want to see what we can milk Valorant of. Well, Stick a Smile, if you want a starter pack, just inside the June Discord, you can speak with Sabumaru, who's kind of heading it up, or there are other community members who are also doing it. So there are starter packs being given away if you want help catching up, which will give you normally a Mark IV Ornithopter and a bunch of Mark IV weapon and tools, so that you can kind of catch back up and do stuff. Save you some of that grind. If you really want Stick a Smile, that offer is there. So just reach out to them in the !June Discord. Obviously, you know, 4 members of the community, that's kind of an offer. If you're brand new to the server, I'd probably say that, you know, brand new to the community, I'd probably ask people to stick around for 2 or 3 days. Make sure that you think the community that is a good fit for you, because otherwise you're basically giving resources to people who might not continue to play the game if you're in testing out. So there is a community guild run by Mondheiler as well. But I'm glad that we can show kind of a bit more of a chill part of the game, because I know that not everyone has had that experience. Yep. What's this? I don't care about the DJI Osmo Nano. I care about the Pocket 4. Tell me when the Pocket 4 is on sale. Well, I'm very glad you can be part of the community, Stick a Smile. It's a bit like people like Aaron the Bear and some people who are having a really hard time. I'm just really glad that we can turn their enjoyment of the game around by giving them a slightly different environment in which to play, or to help them catch back up. Like, it's more gratifying to me than most other things if we can say, hey, look, you know, I know you've had a shit time in the game, but come here, give our service, you know, a try. See if you like the environment that we've kind of set up and that we've got going for us, and people are free to join. And it's been really nice, to be honest. It's been much nicer. This is our group of private servers provided by Nitrado. Dead to Rights Fury. I think Alpha, it's very different though, because I think that, you know, like, Thor's obviously got a far busier chat, so like it's a very different environment. But it's very kind of you to say that. He's definitely a better streamer than I am, that's for sure. Oh. No, he's just better at keeping track of chat than I am. He's better at handling. He's got much more experience, so he is better at doing a number of elements. That neck cracking is fine. No one needs spines. They're DLC content, honest. Oh, that's better. There we go. Nobody can save you now. I would argue that more proficient is a form of better. Let's be real. More proficient generally means better. Why are you so cold? It's 12 degrees Celsius. That would make sense. Yeah. Hello, the real blood. How are you doing, buddy? It's great to see you. Good time zone uncommoner. It's great to see you, buddy. Thank you very much for being here and being so kind. All of you are. Unfortunately, I'm British, therefore I'm hard-coded to not believe it. But hey, we ride. That was very nearly a mistake, wasn't it? Make sure I get D8, then go south so I can go this way. Then, once I finish scanning, I need a spice pilot. I need a carrier for uppies at that point. Canadian, we apologize when complimented. Sounds about right. I think it's just a Commonwealth activity to a certain extent between Canada and Britain. Canada, Christ. What's the problem, Real Blood? Flash. I don't know what you do to me, do to me, do to me. Hello, Lukewarm Skelly. How are you doing, bud? Good to see you. What server is this, Clan Weaver? This is our network of private servers. We have got 15 private servers in a network for a private world provided by Nitrado very kindly. We also have 10 servers on a different network we call the Mushroom servers that are also provided by Nitrado as well for the community. And hopefully we will hear about server merges soon so we can bring the community together. Even if I have to manually merge everyone's economic stuff, I would do it. If you give me the ability to manually go through and merge and be like, this is the multiplier for how much plastinium you transfer over, this is the multiplier for Solari, I would go through line by line and see that stuff was getting transferred properly if I had to. It's only 10 servers. It might take me a week to do it, but I would do it. Oh, well, I'm glad that your human MOT is working. Can it carry your base? I mean, that's what we're going to have to find out, isn't it? That's what we're waiting for them to tell us, Arafio. That's the whole point. That's literally the whole question. All of these private servers connect onto the same deep desert. 3 of those servers are public, so we have a level of publicness to our deep desert. That said, if you want to join our servers, all you've got to do is join our Discord server and be part of the community. It's not like a huge requirement. It's not like you've got to pay access or anything like that. Like, you literally just go into a Discord server and you use the information. It's... How's the activity on this game? We've still got, a reasonably active core of people, but a lot of people are coming back when there's new content or are coming on to find content. So we're just doing the deep desert stuff for this week, and then we'll set up for people to succeed in other ways. Like, we've set up a bunch of systems recently where a lot of community members are now kind of working together to create spice and to harvest spice. We're now providing spice production facilities for people inside the deep desert. So we're going to be providing like the ability for the community to harvest and also process their spice out in the deep desert and then take it home with them. So we're doing a bunch of stuff that we can for our community, and our community is only getting more active as far as I can see. There are more and more people out here every day. But yeah, it'll be nicer to have everyone from the pirate servers together with the mushroom servers. The premium drops of drops for premium gamers, Kato. Are you a premium gamer? Yeah, you're a premium gamer. Nice. Premium gamers. Very welcome here. Well, take it easy, Charon. Thank you very much for helping Sabu set up the base. I don't know, I don't know, Freya. That's been set up by Sabu. Sabu is running that base. I've just donated the spice harvesting and the water storage. Sabu set it up. I haven't been back. I've been scanning, and then I want to go get some spice. I'll get rid of premium drops because people don't seem to get the joke. Yeah, you've only got fake drops, Lukewarm. Sorry, you're not a you haven't got the premium gamer drops. You're not a premium. You know what? Even if Randy says that you're not a premium, I think you're premium, Sindri. It's all right. If you've been here, you guys got your premium drops. Don't worry. You're a Pion gamer, not a premium gamer. Okay, makes sense. I'm a parasitoid gamer. Is that allowed? I don't really like how far away I am from that and the amount of worm sign I just created, but hey, what could possibly go wrong? Touch wood. Friends and donations, good name for a chest. I'll be honest, the way that Randy was behaving on social media put me off of playing Borderlands 4. If you're gonna have a dev talking to people like that, that's just not on. There's a line of what's reasonable, where you should be rising above. Numbers Bob, I likely will at some point. It's just not planned because I don't plan my content like that far in advance. So like I normally go by what I enjoyed on a given day or a given time. I'm contemplating doing Dying Light because that's a fun game franchise I've enjoyed before. Do I have any interest in Pal World? Yes. When's that entering full release? Or its update or whatever? The Beast game was about to be just they made it into a full game. I mean, I think they needed to because if I recall correctly, Dying Light 2 didn't do very well. They missed the mark on a bunch of stuff. The game didn't feel right. There were so many bugs on launch that the core part of Dying Light for me was the navigation, the movement, and like they ruined it. The movement in Dying Light 1 was so much fun. Like the fear in the original Dying Light, like the first night that you did as part of Dying Light 1 stands out to me as one of the best like slow ramps up of actual fear I've had in a game. Yeah, the invasion, like, Sunny Super Zombie to invade games was great fun. The story, and I didn't even complete the story. I just didn't find the second one fun. It didn't have that something that the original one had. And I don't know how to describe it, really. It was difficult to put my finger on. Oh, here's something, chap. I've been my girlfriend slash the spare human has recommended I get a second phone for doing moderation and content creation stuff on it. Because like I need to be able to put the work away at some point, you know. So we've been having a conversation about that where she is trying to convince me and the idea fills me with repulsion. Whoop. See, look, the ads were like, what do you mean? What do you mean taking a break from work? No, not allowed. Non-permitted. Thor doesn't really use his phone for content creation or moderation as such. Thor actually keeps his stuff separate. He does all of his, like, most of his work on his computer. Like that, he's very good with that. So he's not got the same problem as I do, which is I do my moderation and I work after hours, like I work on things on my phone when I'm just like I'm chilling. When work becomes the break from life, I don't know. If you need a break from life and work is that break, that sounds like you've kind of got it made. It depends on how you mean. If you're looking at it in a positive slant, that when you work, that is you're taking a break from your life to do some work because yeah, you have to keep it managing. That's fine. But if it's like your life is more stressful than your job is, that's something different. Could you always use a tablet for the modding? So no, because I type. I don't really like using a tablet that much. I'll be honest with you. I didn't have an iPad or like a tablet at any point, so I didn't ever learn really to use them well. So like it feels weird to me to use a tablet. Excuse me. Realistically, having a second phone might just make it easier. Yeah. I love the convenience of, the thing is I love the convenience of working from my phone and doing everything from my phone, but first of all, battery life becomes a problem if you're just constantly running it all day, every day. And secondly, of course, like, I don't know if it's a personal thing that's going off on my phone, or I don't know if it's a work thing, and I treat everything the same. I don't know. That's my point. I'm on the fence about it. I don't know how I feel. I think it'll be weird. The idea of carrying 2 phones around because even at my last job in corporate, I got so annoyed at the idea of carrying 2 phones around that I just ended up using my personal for work stuff, because it wasn't often I needed to use my phone. And of course, I only have one spot at my desk currently, which is one of the reasons why I want to do the turnaround, so I can have like a spot. I can actually have 2 desk stations. One for streaming and one can be for either where I do my Warhammer and I can put a camera on it, or I can have a second PC set up there normally to do the streaming, but it could actually be like my secondary gaming PC. If I sat in that seat, I'm having off time rather than streaming. I don't know if it'll actually work as a layer of mental separation, but like I do recognize what some of you have said when you've DM'd me or said it to me in comms, that I don't have a break ever. I do recognize that. Is it possible to reduce or turn off the sound of the scanning? I mean, that's normally why I turn off the game volume for you guys while I do it, but I can do that now. I mean, we wouldn't be offside. It's just that it was an idea that she suggested. It's not like an argument. It wouldn't cause a problem. It's just, it's a fairly good point, and it is one I've considered. It was actually, funnily enough, it was something that I talked about with her when I was doing my corporate work, when I was back in my old house. One of the reasons we moved house was so I could actually have a room where I did my corporate work, and then I could have, like, get a space to do gaming or a space to hang out that wasn't just in my office and such. But, then everything became very different when I switched to doing content creation and moderation work, which is I'm never going to complain about, because to be honest with you, I kind of love doing this. This is much more fun. I need a phone discount. Hit you up. It depends on the phone disc. Oh wait, of course. Ooh. Ooh. How much discount can you get? Just a rough percentage. That's such a specific percentage, but okay. Wow. I assume you have to be the purchaser for that, though, G. And it has to be purchased as an individual. No. Could I buy that as a company on Friends? Yeah, that's the difference. Because if I wanted to buy it through the company and get my VAT back, that's a 20% saving. I like not paying VAT. Because sales tax, for those of you in America, VAT is what we call sales tax. Yeah. That's the question, G. Thank you. I have been seeing some very, very good Samsung phones and such, like with camera quality and such, which is interesting and could be a potential as well. So I've heard that some of the new Sony and Samsung cameras have far, far better cameras than things like iPhones do, or some of the stuff that I'd more generically use. And if I want a phone for content creation and for moderation, well, actually, it might make more sense for me to go down the better camera route so that I can use it for content. 23% on electronics, bro. We just pay 20% flat across the board. It's kind of large. So anything that I can not pay VAT on, I would like to not pay VAT on. Someone's a jam. Because I saw a couple of people at TwitchCon in the EU, and some of their cameras are very, very good compared to what the things I can, like my current iPhone can do, for example. So that is something I've been thinking about doing as well. You might go back to a regular camera taking photos rather than convenience. It genuinely might get to that stage. But the problem is that if I have a phone, I can stream from a phone. Whereas I can't stream from just a camera. I need to also carry around a computer and a form of like broadcasting communication. That's what I would be looking at it for at this point. That said, a PTZ camera in here for Bailey would be helpful. You really stream using the rear camera? Well, that's the point. I've got a gimbal from DJI which I could use. That a friend's lent me indefinitely without ever wanting the item back, is how they put it. So I don't really know where I stand on that. But so that's just here. That's what this is. See, I have the added issue that I know absolutely nothing about cameras. It's a very good trust-based lending system, I'll be honest with you. I have an airsoft rifle that's been with a friend for 3 years on that basis. Again, I don't have no problem with it. All you know is bigger P, bigger camera. Isn't that... I think you might be thinking of something else there, Small Mite. Are you okay? I could... this is true. I could ask... the other person I want to ask would be Esfan's camera guy, because he does a lot of cool stuff. I could ask him at TwitchCon San Diego. Do I still mod for Pyro? Did I switch to full-time streaming? I do still mod for Thor, yes. I'm still the lead moderator over there. Yeah. This is kind of my my off time from that. I'm considering getting rid of my airsoft stuff because our government's made them prohibited. Alpha, I'm sorry to hear that. That's not great. What do you mean by prohibited? Yeah, yeah, like lead, like PB. Yeah, like the element. Yeah, lead, and the lead moderator. That's what my title is officially. Like on in my paperwork, it says lead moderator. Yeah, as in you probably shouldn't eat tomatoes off of plates made of me. Yeah. And I stopped radioactive. Like, lead's very good at stopping radioactivity, so, there you go. I stopped something that was radioactive. Look at me, I'm lead. Lead moderator. Either the Samsung or the Pro 17. Which Samsung, Kadir? Yeah, I do indeed block gamma particles, yeah. Yeah. I also stop alpha and beta particles, just to be clear, but lots of stuff does that. So I go out and survey every week. Any benefit for the new guy that's got to do? So last unlock, the main benefit for you would be that you'll get a bunch of XP. You get 100 XP per sector. So when you're early on, you can get a bunch of XP very early on in the game doing that, which is actually quite an efficient use of your time. Secondly, having an understanding of the layout of the deep desert is good. It will help you. You will know where things are. You can take evasive action during storms. You can give people advice on where they need to go for things. You can look at the best route. You can manage on the ground if you lose your ornithopter. I mostly do it now out of habit because having everything unlocked is incredibly helpful. But yeah, you know, there are a bunch of data mined maps. It's not like, it's not vital. You can use the online maps, sure. Doing it myself gives me a better understanding of the desert, gives me a better understanding of the distances between things. It gives me more of an understanding of how active the deep desert is at any given week. If I'm here at Logon and I see how much is like, how many other people are out here scanning, I have a rough idea of how many people are dedicated to the deep desert enough to be out here. I can also get my base set up early. So we pretty much invariably manage to grab one of the areas that's in the very center of the map in E5 here, or as you can see, E5 doesn't have very much in there this week, so we're actually in D4. Sorry, D5. So you can also choose where you get your base quite nicely when you're making a deep desert base. But for a lot of people, they're doing it for the XP. I do it because it's now become a compulsion. I'm not really sure how I could, like, how to stop. I wasn't intending on doing it this week, but I also wasn't intending on streaming today. I just kind of accidentally was like, you know what, fuck it, I'm going to go live. I was going to take the time and rearrange my office, but I was like, you know what, now I'll just go live and do the Tuesday Deep Desert scan. Why not? And also, because there's a member of the community whose name I will not name, who said to me that they were well, not that they were relying on the stream, but the stream helped them get through a difficult week for them at the moment. And I was like, fuck. Fine. It was a very lovely thing to say, but at the same time, it was like, oh. The sentiment is shared by a lot of people, and I obviously get messages if I don't go live from people, which is always very nice to hear. So I know it's not just that person, don't worry. Can we do an office work along? It's not very easy for me to do, and to be honest with you, I have to take quite a lot of breaks because of my back, so it's not the easiest thing for me to stream it as I go. Especially because the next thing to do is to move the desk on which the computer sits, and I can't move the desk on which the computer sits while the stream is live safely because obviously I'm moving all the cables. They're all plugged into every peripheral that's on this other desk, and so everything would go offline. I could stream. I haven't got my phone set up for streaming. I mean, do remember that anything that I would be choosing to get for a phone for content creation has the advantage of me being able to get sales tax off of it. So it's 20% less by default, chat. So there is that element that should be considered. So that basically offsets the, well, any phone would do for contact, but I need the better camera. The better camera is basically going to be the 20% offset by the sales tax. I've kind of mentally accepted that, if that makes sense. Hello, Ixie. How are you doing? It's great to see you. Is Nullwolf here? If you're around Sabu, then no. If you're around to do Spice Uppies, then no. If you're not around to do Spice Uppies, then maybe yes. But if they need to go, then there's no reason, there's no need for them to hang around if they're not going to do it. Like, if they got other stuff to do. Like, if they've got stuff to do, don't do it at my expense, if that makes sense. IRL got to come first, you know. Okay, sweet. Yeah, then in that case, no, Spook doesn't have to hang around. That's not too much of a problem. Why are you sorry, James Brown? What are you sorry for now? I don't want you apologizing without cause. It's illegal. Apologize for it at once. You'll do IRL things while doing water things in the B5 base. Please don't urinate in the B5 base. Oh, sorry, Alpha. I forgot to disable the sound for the scanning. My bad. I'll do it on the next one. Did it really carry that strongly across? There's no option to turn specifically the scanning noise off, no. And that's why I need... You haven't told me what's wrong with it. You just said, can you turn it off? Like, I don't... Is it too loud? Is it too cutting? Is it... I need something more to go on than... Can I turn it off? Catch you later, G. Take it easy. High pitch and cutting. Okay, I'll turn it off. I'll turn the sound off for the second when I'm doing the scanning next. Because the only options in the settings are going to be under sound effects, which is going to be every sound effect. But other people probably are noticing it. Oh, my neck is. Who needs them, honestly? Some people aren't bothered by high-pitched noises in the same way last analog. I think it's likely not everyone who's bothered by it. It's not a problem at all for me to just mute the game volume for a second when I do the scan. I just need to remember that's the problem, and occasionally I will not remember because I think all of the medication in the world wouldn't make me that non-forgetful that I do it every single time 81 times in a row. That would be, I'd be so impressed with myself that, you know, I'd probably give myself a medal. I'm gonna be real. I'm just gonna turn off the drops carousel for now. Verboten. Yeah, it would be a spice medal. Yeah, that would make sense, right? No, I don't think Null Wolf is here. Fine. Oh, I'm sorry, Alpha. If anyone in chat says anything about being 30 or over, then the automatic answer is, oh, I'm sorry. Even if you are 30 or over, even if you're older, even if you're 60, the answer is still, oh, I'm sorry. Your daughter can hear electricity in the sockets. You probably shouldn't be up close to the sockets having a listen. Gonna be real, like that's probably not a great idea. Oh, see, someone like mine did that when I was 12. That's when my back was like, yeah, go on without me. So fine, so be it. You only live once. That's that's not true. I did the spine speed run. Yeah, the spine failure any %. Yeah. If someone says they are 42 in a few months, you still say sorry. Yeah, because that's over 30. As soon as you hit, have you seen the end of Saving Private Ryan, chat? When Matt Damon suddenly just like morphs from his young self into his old self. As soon as you hit 30, that's what happens. That's what the film is showing you. He actually just became 30 at that point. Immediate aging. Oh, I'm sorry, Uncommoner. Yeah. Alternatively, the other thing that can happen when you turn 30 is, you know, in The Mummy, when bodies become rapidly dehydrated and crumble into ash, and then the mummy like absorbs it, and like kind of the chin just extends out, and you just become some kind of screeching Egyptian death god. Like that happens too sometimes. Turning 30 is wild. Be very, very careful. Yeah. Turning 30, not even twice. You hit 30 this year. You probably shouldn't hit people. Gonna be real, like. Sharon, just leave the electricity alone. It's just trying to mind its own business. You know, having a conversation in private. You shouldn't be eavesdropping on it. That's very rude. You've invited that electricity into your home, and you're trying to spy on it having a conversation with its friends. I thought you'd be more polite than that, Charon. We're just joking how as soon as you become 30 online, you have to, like, people will start saying, "Oh, I'm sorry." Who's that? Pokemon. It's a bed. Go to bed, Charon. "41 in a few days." The average age of this stream is older than most of Twitch, I'll be honest. I'm fairly sure that our like the average given age of watchers and subscribers is like, I think when I looked it was about 29 was the average age. Whereas the average age across most of Twitch is like 21. Although Thor's average age chat is higher as well. That's like 30, that was 30 something, I think. I'll be honest with you, I definitely can't remember the 80s. I'm in my low 30s, so do the math. Low 30s? How long can you say that you're in your early 30s for, chat? Is up to 39, up to 39. 92 doesn't seem like a good answer. Okay, so early 30s is up to 34. Okay, yeah, early 30s. Under 35, you can say early 30s. Okay. Mid 30s until what, like 38? 38 starts being late 30s. Is that what we're saying? Because it's more than 75% through? Early 30s until 33. No, I'm going to fudge those numbers, Charon. Early 30s is under 35. I'm fine with that. That's convenient for me. mid 30s, 34 to 38. 38, I feel like I might start feeling bad if I'm saying mid 30s at 38. I don't know. I also don't really celebrate my birthday. That's a whole thing. I haven't decided if I'll stream on my birthday or not. Because it's a weird one. I don't celebrate my birthday because I never did when I was young. It wasn't a thing for my family. And I feel like if I do stream my birthday and treat it like a normal day, you guys won't. If that makes sense. I know what chat's like. And I know that forcing me to be uncomfortable by being nice to me on my birthday will make me feel real weird. So I know full well that, yeah. Yeah, see, that's the problem. Like, respect out there to fellow non-birthday celebrators. See, everyone, like, I know that the community can find my birthday because in 2024, Thor told everyone on stream it was my birthday, and I got so many, and to ping me in Discord, I got so many pings that my phone overheated in my pocket and shut down. And all I felt while I was outside watering the lawn was my phone getting hotter and hotter and hotter, and then me being like, okay, I have to take this out of my pocket now. I'm putting it down on the ground, and the whole thing just shut down. So, like, are we not nice all the time, Sophie? Whether you want the Karen Cafe experience? I mean, I feel like that's not a gift, even a funny one. That a Karen, having worked in a bar, I know what it's like serving Karens or people who are like that, but who are also drunk and have a very low threshold of tolerance for it. If I don't have to put up with that. Hi, Kaibo. How are you doing, buddy? It's good to see you. Tell me that you just don't get it, 'cause I know you. Reciprocation's just not about me. A junk you wanna be. There's so much skin to see. A simple Epicurean philosophy. No, every day is Thor's birthday. It's different. Now, the interesting thing is, I didn't see a single fallen ship on that entire run. Damn. I didn't drop those off. I would like the ability to granularly control this. That'll do. Are you eating bread? Is that what's going on? Well, mate, can't believe it. Excuse me. Jesus, that sneeze came out of nowhere. Sorry about that, chat. I don't actually know if I managed to mute myself in time. I think I might have just undermined my brain. Oh, good, thank you. Well, I'm glad I managed to mute myself because otherwise that would have been slightly alarming. So I just kind of casually detonated. I'm just making a backup parking space for no reason that anyone, you know, that we know would leave their vehicles in a silly spot. We call this the Arthur platform, just so you know, chat. Now that's what we call these, just so everyone knows. These are the Arthur platform. They're not named for any specific reason other than somebody leaving their ornithopter underneath the base for the entirety of the day. And then we came back the next day, and the whole thing was, to put it nicely, fucked. Yeah. Yeah. Crispy, yeah. Good way of putting it. I mean, it had a chassis, but that was the only thing that actually had any integrity left on it. So, like, you know what's up, right? I also just want to make sure I shore up our foundations properly because they are partially exposed and I don't want that. I also do this. I mean, it's a little bit of paranoia. That's what when you play a game like Rust, like Daisy, you know, after a while, you learn a little bit of paranoia. It's perfectly healthy. It's not a problem. Anyone who says otherwise is wrong. It's just healthy paranoia. So that you don't lose stuff. This also means that we've got a little public spot where people can actually hide from the storm should they need to. We're not in a PvP area. We're not in an area of high risk. People can leave their vehicles. At least they all say unsheltered, don't they? That's Well, their vehicle might count as sheltered underneath. That's the main thing. If it doesn't, I tried. That's everything I need to do on that. Need some more fuel. I'm assuming Sabu has dumped a bunch of stuff in this. I know what Sabu's like. Hello, Black Rose Knight. How are you doing? Thank you, Sabu. And Chara on that. Awesome. Thank you both. Okay. Let me go into Discord and unmute myself. There we go. Now I can hear Sabumaru. Greetings, Saboomerang. The Golf 8. Hotel 8. Northeast. You shipped in 80 fuel cells. That's a lot of fuel cells. We went through 200 fuel cells. Wow. No. Oh, you okay? Sorry, you mean and flying around on the field as well? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Each round trip is I think 10 cells in total. It's 2 for the Sandcrawler and 8 for the carrier. Yeah. It means we did 20 round trips, full round trip size amount of fuel usage, which is kind of wild. Well, this week I want people to be able to come out to the deep desert and just be able to use most of the stuff and use the Basin B5 for get themselves kicked off on spice refining because, you know, I think it's about time that we get everyone caught up with us because I think that you can have too much spice residue and apparently 5 double chests of it is that level. I feel weird dumping spice residue on the floor. So we could definitely do some content creation, generate like content creation with this. This works. I'm sorry, a 24 gigabyte patch. That's kind of insane. I mean, don't get me wrong, I love the Stalker games. Stalker, the original, like I played if it's quite a bit of when was it? Gamma? So, but I actually haven't played 2. Since I come phoning it in. Thanks for that, James Brown. Legend. What's the question, Sabu? It might just be an artifact in the storm. I'm kind of annoyed that I keep on having this 30 intel that I can't spend. Let's do. Oh, you've also got it, have you? That makes you feel less bad. Wow, plus 50 maximum power. The power harness is good. That's just more shield. I mean, more vulnerable to being stabbed, though. And I have Shadam's bladder. Heavy armor, isn't it? Yeah. Oh, we get NVGs and Stalker. Okay, nice. I have done all the research, Tech Man. Yeah, it seems to be a bug with the stuff that was introduced as part of the new stuff. Like, I've got all of the vehicles. I've also got the. It would have been the perfect amount for the Duran missile launcher, but I've got this. No, tank brain is more armor. That's different. More shield is like, it's different. Shut up. No tank brain here. I would really like to do another dev Q&A with the devs from Dune. I'll be honest with you. Yes. Because Pammy, I guess that's a really good point. I wish you were able to scrap the half-destroyed bases as well. Ultimately, those half-destroyed bases don't meet the they don't meet the scenario that we're in. They're not Arrakis. Arrakis is about making sure that there's no waste, that everything is, you know, reused, recycled. Like there is everything. There is such a loss of everything here that leaving a base to degrade in the way that they are is not in line with the way the universe exists, and it feels bad. It genuinely feels bad. So, what was that, Sabu? Compacting. Okay, slow down. Okay, when you've come to a stop, I'm gonna get on top of the carrier. I'm ready. If we can fire 10 rockets at them, that would be perfect, and I'll have 69 left. Battle carrier! Just go straight in, you're good. Did they flee? Oh, I got all excited. Fine. I guess drop me. gonna mark my starting point. Yeah, so with regards to fiefs, I do think that the fiefs that are once your base is unpowered, after 24 hours, I think you should be able to raid it, because honestly, like, what's stopping you in lore? Oh, what, you've got a Plastinium child lock in that no one can get past, even with the best cutter in the game? That's just kind of ridiculous, isn't it? Let's be real. Yeah, so I think that if you've made your base the correct way, like Sam just said in comms, like, your fief will never become exposed. So it's not like the longer they go, the more access you have to them, because you don't. If the fief isn't destroyed, you don't have access to that base. So it doesn't make sense to me. I don't think it meets what I would say that Arrakis would feel like in terms of its scavenging. I think genuinely, if you haven't powered your base, because you can power your base 21 days in a row, and once you haven't powered your base, it is degraded to the sandstorm. People should be able to loot it. If the sandstorm can damage your base, people should be able to loot it. Now, you do need to set up a system where, obviously, if people go away, like, people are rebuilding their base and the power goes off while they're rebuilding it, then that's different. But, like, ultimately, that's what I think should be going on here. Because the base is just going to waste doesn't feel good for anyone. Like, you can't even have a friend who was near you who's still playing dismantle your base for you. They have to watch it die unless you log back into the game and they can contact you. It's just ridiculous. It doesn't make sense either way. Like I say, I think that if you go away from the game and you've left your base unpowered and it's been destroyed by the sandstorm, there's no reason that players shouldn't be able to raid it as well. 5 days after, fine, I guess. Yeah, I just think that 24 hours is neat. You know, 72 hours is neat. Just come up with something. I've done a massive egg shape. I like how we got back to the start, though. Oh, no, actually, that's not too bad. I'm less upset with that shape than I thought I was. I thought that was far worse. Thank you, chat. The egg. You runs on me. You're a lemon head, and this lemon cheesecake is your deep dessert. I love it. I think that this week's deep dessert is lemon Madeira cake. That's where I'm at with it. Trying to clear up this compacting because it was wasn't a very fastidious job. The devs looking to a player that's less punishing to casual players. I mean, they've already got it with the base with the sandstorm degrading bases. That's so punishing to players. Yes. There needs to be a different system behind it. Like, even if you maybe you have rooms in Arrakeen or Harko Village, and you can make a small base there, or you can have an instanced base, for example, something like that. I don't know. It would take away from Harka Basin, sure, but at the end of the day, that way people could have safe bases. But like, there needs to be a balance between freeing up those server resources and keeping all of that stuff just knocking around, and being non-punishing to players. No, I'm not talking about having storage. I'm talking about, imagine having a building area of a certain, of like a fief size inside that. You know, you have a hangar, for example. That's the way you could do it to be non-punishing to casual players, but at the end of the day, you're going to take away the social side of now of those things of Harker Basin. The thing that would do, however, is obviously encourage what they call the social hubs to actually become social hubs. Because that, for a start, you'd be trading a lot more. If you could get stuff just by trading there and then in Harko Village or Arakeen, you're not going to want to as much go out into, you know, Harker Basin. So the people who are there with the resources could sell stuff to you. It would encourage more use of the social hubs, so there is that advantage to it. But it's about how much does that take up on server resourcing if you've got everyone logged into their private sietches all the time and that kind of thing, or their private rooms, their hangar. It's about something that's balanceable. Yeah, maybe, you know, maybe like the, you know how in the films of Junior, you've seen what the sietches look like. They are, you know, desert oases. If they gave you something like that you could build in potentially, that could be interesting. But I just think that we need to be probably conscious that that's a bigger discussion. There's a lot of different balancing acts and different bits of the game that need to change off the back of however you do this. Because I'll admit, I've got a kit that's in my bank. I don't even remember what's in it. I think it's my tier 5 kit. My oh shit kit, exactly. Is that what I called it? That sounds about right. Yeah, okay, thank you. Well remembered, Tabu. I like outsourcing my memory. You know, that's the trick. That's my favorite thing about streaming is that I can outsource my memory to chat. Because if I've said something, chat will remind me about it. It might not be when I need it, but chat will remind me at some point that I've said something. You keep all your spice metals in that? I should probably revisit my storage at some point and see what's in there for the long term. Fair point. Maybe I should just get everyone to fill theirs with spice residue. Tell everyone that, you know, spice residue futures are going up. So sit on your spice residue, hold, it'll drive the value up. Like GameStop, but Spice Stop. Stop and get that one. I don't feel like I do remember the IO chat, Greg's, actually. I don't think that's in the cards. How long does it take for us to fill up the crawler? Depends on how we're driving the crawler, first of all. But with the big one, with all the upgrades on it, probably 40 minutes, 45 minutes, because we've got the big one on average, and we don't always do the most efficient route. Sometimes we'll do routes that aren't necessarily efficient for filling this up the fastest, but are more efficient for completing more of the field. It comes through OBS, Tecmo Man. It is much easier sand crawling during the day. Although it's also easier to sand crawler when you haven't got lights on your face. I'm going to be honest with you, if I did that, the darkness is less of a problem. But then chat can't see my eyes because the light is around the camera. Although this might be an improvement for certain members of chat. They might prefer this, so we can make this the long-term vibes if they want. Well, I haven't got a cat cam working right now, so Bailey's gonna have to be a PNG if Bailey comes to visit today. I'm not mad about that at all, chat, don't worry. What kind of still suit has this much reserves? It is called Shaddam's Bladder. It is one of the best still suits in the game. It came from the Deep Desert a couple of weeks back, and I'm looking forward to it coming back on rotation because a lot of people have asked me for a version of it. So I'll probably stockpile a bunch and give them away to a piece to the people who needed them. I mean, without the lights on, this is what happens, so prepare for this. It's very dark, and then turn that one off. It's a little bit lacking. This is my Sith Lord, how to solve this? I would need to down... No, that's making it more visible. It's just not enough light for the chroma key to work. I'd have to turn the chroma key off. Oh no, it's a bit better. Well, the chair is great, so that would make sense. Well, I look a bit faded out. I think that's the challenge. It's trying to... We can do this for a while, see if this works. Give my eyes a bit of a break. Oh, I can see so much on the sand. Yeah, it is now daytime. You are right, Sabo. I had noticed that, funnily enough. That was the joke. Well done. Drop me. More spice. Thor Trades, look at him. Uppies. Wandering one. Wait a minute. I mean, I don't know how to make something into an NFT, first of all. I would call them non-fungible Thors, which would be gold. Also, apart from the slight heat haze over my shoulder, I seem to have managed to fix my camera and make it far less bright in here. So we're going to try this out. This might actually be more doable for me. Light-wise, this is what I'm kind of aiming for once I've reworked this room. Because this is the ring light on 20%. No other light on, just some light from outside, which is why the side of my face is lighter. But like, this is doable if I mess around with some settings and stuff. Drop 7. Sorry, say that again, Sabby? Okay, thank you. The camera might struggle with focus. Nice. Yeah, I'll be honest with you, like, creating an NFT and or, like, creating a coin and stuff way beyond what I could ever do or would ever want to do. Like, it just doesn't... I don't... The way that crypto works seems like a great idea for managing existing currency, but like, I don't know. It's been turned into it could have been something cool, and it's basically got savaged by like venture funds and all kinds of stuff who have fucked it all up. Like everyone trying to include NFTs in games and stuff. Like, what was the point? Yeah, drop. You ready? But nah, you could have been something really cool for the banking, the finance sector, but no, people had to go and try and turn it into like the next get-rich-quick scheme, and it just floundered. Sad. Puppies. This wandering worm is active. Give him some time to peel off. It's probably because we are... Yeah, we're in the middle of the sector, that's why. We're directly in the middle of the 3x3. Yeah, go down. We're just gonna have to be fast on it. You've got time to recover. Yeah, I'm going to clear that up on the next pass. Yeah, I don't know. I never really got into all the NFT and crypto stuff. It just never seemed like it was worth spending time on. I had enough finance shit to deal with at that point with the with existing banks, let alone crypto. Ironically, I think my favorite regulated sector was actually my time in the property industry, because it was just finance people are, or telecoms people are all, yeah, energy people as well. Yeah, actually, to be honest, everyone's kind of fucked up. What am I saying? All of the big industries that are regulated are fucked. I don't get me wrong, but there are a bunch of people who made out like bandits, like understanding and like being able to like learning how to make them and being at the head of that trend. I just like never really cared enough was my issue. That harvest on onto my tires? It did. I think the unfortunate thing is, though, that blockchain as a technological name has been sullied because of certain activities and people and approaches. Like, it's been, people just kind of have it as a buzzword now, and it doesn't mean, people don't understand, A, what it could be used for, and how it's been misused, and we could stop it from future. Artificial ignorance, yeah. We are now at the stage online with AI where you can't trust an image or something. You have to see it with your own two eyes in reality for it to, to have more of a belief that it can be true. Because generation of images and adapting images is now so possible and so easy that it's just not worth necessarily trusting anything that you've seen as an image online until it's verified independently by some other source. Uppies. I'll be honest with you, blockchain, I think, is a really good use of information which should be public. Facts, figures, information which can be stored, and data which can be stored for later use. That doesn't need to be changed. It needs to be static. It needs to be there recorded. And it doesn't matter if it's on everyone's system. It doesn't need to be secure. A public ledger of information or of dates or of facts of information, I think, is a really good use of that technology. For example, a really good example of, I think, what blockchain should be used for is legal matters. If you kept factual record of every single element of a legal matter and you had a complete public open database of all of the kind of the court and legal system, you're going to have a much fairer and more easily navigable and understood setup for law and precedence. And then, because any change is not an actual change, and change is an amendment, and you would track that differently. Because you would need to see what it said before, what it's been changed to, and why it's been changed. You're just adding to its entry each time. You're not actually changing the original entry. You're just providing more info into the same box. I don't know. Like I said, I don't fully understand the tech, but I feel like it's better for static information which just needs to be added to, or can be indefinitely just kind of built upon. Virtual library, yeah. I'll be real with you. If I had my ideal world of setting up a system that worked better than the Online Privacy Act that the UK is trying to bring in, would be a system where you have a digital identity. It doesn't necessarily need to be tied to your unique use, to you as a person, as an individual in the real world. But this be basically a universal pass of some kind that you have signed up to. If you are moderated against on a platform, for example, you have engaged in, child pornography, that should be a flag on your user for any online interaction, for any user to be able to see and look up who you are. That should be tied to some kind of registration, because that way you can actually keep track of that person. You wouldn't necessarily know who they are in real life and be able to track them down, but being able to find a marker for people like that so they can't just skip out and make new accounts and do all kinds of things like that, I think would be a better system. But I think that if that would require a complete shift in the way that we view privacy across platforms and the way that platforms work together, and no platform is going to be willing to share that information, I don't think, or able to under certain bits of law. It's a very, very large area of debate, obviously, that. So if anyone wants to talk about it, you are more than welcome to in chat. I know that verges on politics, but it's relating to the gaming industry and recent stuff, and I'm happy to talk about it, so that one's fine. Do you think adding T7 vehicles and resources help bringing back some of the folks who left? Yes, I do, and I think that Seeker Smile, differentiating PvP and PvE tier 6 and tier 7, tier 7 would be very important. Most people wouldn't agree to that, though, not just businesses, but I mean, people are having to upload their physical real-world IDs to verify their ages. Why is that a better system? Why is that what people are going towards doing in the US as well, just without the fact that it's only, like people are trying to get kept. We are seeing a direction of travel which is really bad, and we need to course correct on that with something which is going to work, but which is not as bad as what they're trying to do. I mean, the issue there, Marvin Paranoid, is the questions you're asking is, have the people been communicated about the reasons that they left have changed? Have those reasons changed? Like, why do those players stop? Interesting that the lighting in game coming off the screen is now doing enough that working. I might actually need to have some kind of dynamic lighting sensor for this. The warmer I make the light, the higher the percentage I can have it at is. There we go. And like I say, it requires a paradigm shift, but rather than providing our real world IDs, there should be a better system for tying people's actions back to them across the internet. It's going to require a fundamental shift. Because I don't want, you know, the Twitters of the world. I don't want Meta. I don't want fucking Elon or Zuckerberg or Bill Gates having, you know, my personal identity. I'm not comfortable with that at this point. But like, at the same time, uppies. At the same time, the actions that I take online, I should be accountable for in the same way that offline in the real world, I'm accountable for my physical actions. And that's ultimately what does. It's close to the South Korean system, where you just have your social security number that it's tied to, and you have your online identity. But at that point, you're also sort of like, how does that system work? How is that kept internationally balanced? Well, you'd have to have some kind of international body with appointed members from each of the various like kind of jurisdictions to work on it. And you're basically talking about an organization with the strength of, or the kind of the investment of, some of the largest world organizations that we have today. But when you think about the size of the internet, and you talk about what the future is for that internet and how we as people interact with that every single day, I don't know if we can justify anymore not having some kind of change in the way that internationally we are dealing with privacy and with information online. I think that some of the stuff that we see even through Twitch, some of the stuff that I've had to deal with outside of Twitch, working in the telecom sector, where it relates to child safety online, like, we need to be doing better. Parents should be doing better, but first of all, a lot of parents are very hands-off with online use. But the internet fundamentally is not a safe place. Like, there's international safety in place for where stuff isn't safe in real life. That's what I think would be... This is the problem. Like, you need to find something that works for a problem that's never been breached. People have perceived safety online and a perceived anonymity. It's different. It's you're not anonymous. You are just below notice until you're not. That's kind of how online really is. As soon as you ever got into any kind of official trouble, the powers that be will very likely have all of your internet history for a long time. So I think it's a very, very difficult set of circumstances to overcome. You know, the Spice Farmer, we are currently using Spook setup. We could probably get another setup after this run. I need to fly back and get my carrier and sandcrawler out of storage, but that's not impossible to do. You got your cat. I should bring a sandcrawler back then. Yeah, uppies. Parents abdicating response. That worm just despawned, I think. No, it didn't. Just the cloud despawned. Well, that's just it, but... You know, there's a bunch of stuff that parents abdicate responsibilities and push it to the government. That's why we have things like child benefit. You have education systems because parents abdicate those responsibilities. How far do you abdicate that? does the individual parent have the ability to keep their child and watch them 24/7 and what they're doing online, or does there need to be a meeting at halfway in the middle? Because they're trying to force it all onto companies and onto websites now, and it doesn't work. There needs to be a meet in the middle. The law is very, very much behind where society has ended up. Even when the Data Protection Act in 2018, when it came out and into force, was fundamentally not what was needed even 5 years ago. It was already 5 years out of date. And so I don't know. It's very difficult for lawmakers to get up-to-date information for the laws they're writing, because while they're writing the law, the situation is changing, and by the time that law comes into force, uppies. This guy's a real bitch. Yeah. No, he's on top of that tune there, the big one. The south. Right, let's go. This is the one time when someone with a thumper or a Holton might actually be worth it, or someone just going elsewhere to farm in the deep desert. Yeah, unfortunately I think that our political sphere and the laws that are coming into force are still way too heavily influenced by decision makers in the legal system who don't have the knowledge to be deciding on the things they're deciding on because they are too old and haven't encountered the technology. They are being advised by people who are largely business people in their prime, who know the area but have a financial incentive in understanding or controlling what comes next. And then you've got the people who are actually the users at the far end who are campaigning for things, only getting half of what they asked for, if that, because they're not actually involved in the conversation half the time. Which is what we saw on the Data Protection Act, was that actually a lot of the people who were brought in to advise the creation of the act then became data protection advisors, and then they made a huge amount of money advising companies on the very convoluted laws they'd written, which was not what anyone intended at any point. But hey, we are where we are. I really love how the game doesn't care where my vehicle is; it cares where my camera is, and that's when I get the sound of your carrier. So, lovely. Peace. I just need you up. I need up for a second. Okay, I'm ready. Sorry, I was just answering a message from his Thordship. His Thordship. The Thought Pro Overlord. Oh, okay, no, yeah, I just saw I think something's pop up in my main ping channel, and that will ping even while I'm asleep. What's that? That's the Nunya channel. None your business. We have 45 body processors in B5. I've got 8 in my assault ornithopter back in Echo 5, so... basically, the way it needs to be is that if anyone is coming out to take part in spice production, they should bring out some bodies with them. Because not only should you have unlocked being able to gather bodies before you come out and take part in a large spice expedition, but also that means that when you do get your share, your payout of what what you're taking part in, the water's already been paid for. It puts the burden on everyone. So that's what I would say if people are coming out to join us. Just when you fly out, because you're flying out into the deep desert anyway, you're going to fly over the base to come out to the FOB. Just land, drop off like 5 bodies, and then come back, and then head on. It's a real quick task. We don't need to do any more than that. Apparently we've got 45 to process, so we've still got plenty to do. Oh yeah, there is that vendor. Yeah. What? I give my child 12 hours a day unaccompanied on the internet. How dare they be talking to a single person in this chat game that I don't understand and don't know about? How do you use this machine? That's also bad. That's nah. No worries, cash flow. Oh yeah. Well, we're on Nitrado NA East 100 for this one. Yeah, so you're on the publics, aren't you? The public service. I really like that little circle I made. Can you land me down here so I can make another one? Oh, wait. Down there, there you go. Like somewhere like down here, like just roughly here. Here's fine. Yeah. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go. I think I did it at like the edge of the field, so let's do it about here-ish. This is a nice dark purple spot, so this will work here quite nicely. Nah, I'm just gonna make it look kind of weird with just 2 perfect circles. Sullivan again. Yeah, we're in the middle of a 3x3 here. I ran out of fuel doing that. Can't believe this, Sabu. What's the advantage of private servers? You worried they'd be too quiet. The advantage that we've had is that we can moderate our own community more than anything. We can have kind of we can set our own culture. We can make sure that anybody who is breaching terms of service is actioned on our end. That was the main thing for it, really, was because, you know, I was talking to a couple of people about it, and you know, particularly I was talking to Annie Future, for example, about it at TwitchCon, and like, apparently being a girl online is kind of shit. Who would have guessed? Obviously, at the same time, Thor was dealing with stuff in January that had been quite bad. We decided that we wanted our own quiet community. Not only that we could basically say, well, this is our community, fuck off, rather than taking over a public one. Annie, Thor, and I at TwitchCon were like, we'd like to, you know, make our own one. So I started the conversations while at TwitchCon. Then I was speaking to people like Vicky, Mr. Greggles, to Helping Hands, to Redzy, all of whom I saw and met at TwitchCon. People like Jay the Bard, like friends of the stream Winky. And we decided, like, you know what, we'll just invite them on. We'll create a couple of streamer servers. So Annie Future's community got their own streamer server. You know, we got our own one. Bunch of community share between the 2 of them. And we just decided to play. So it was kind of... It kind of fell into place naturally, but also Nitrado, I've used Nitrado servers once before for Ark. Now, if you've ever played Ark Survival Evolved, you will know that there is no way on earth to get that game stable forever. Because eventually you'll reach the point when you have so many dinos or so many players or so many structures that the server just can't handle it. Because Ark doesn't do well with scaling the number of resources that the server uses. Nitrado was the best experience I had on Ark at any point, so I was like, when I saw that they were one of the 3, I was like, you know what, okay, we'll reach out to them and I'll just have a chat with them. They were absolutely amazing, got everything sorted pretty much immediately, got us 15 servers, and then when we were having when we were having performance issues on the servers, they upgraded our machine for free. They give us 10 more on a different server so that we could make sure we balanced our community across so that people had backup servers. They were great. So I was real happy with the way that they engaged us, and they were excited about the game and about the community and about what we could like do and bring. So I was pretty happy to go down the private server route from the start. Mostly from the moderation side, but also because I found I know what public servers are becoming like in every single game that comes out, especially games like this where you have to make your own fun. And I could just foresee a little bit about how it would have been had our community been stuck on one of the big servers that had a lot of people on it, briefing, or large other international communities who we didn't get along with. It just seemed it would be more fun, more stable for us long term to enjoy a private server as a group, as a community, uppies. Now it looks vaguely space age. You might not like this, but I feel like going down like there or something. Cool. Down there. Yeah, down there. I'm doing artwork. Yeah, that'll do good. Yeah, actually, I might just go. I'm gonna go in this little circle here. This nice purple patch. Fast with this engine, isn't it, Sabu? Oh, this one isn't an upgraded engine, upgraded threads and everything. It's just the Regis Spice container. That might make sense why I'm more used to the dampened threads. Yeah, the Granthor the worm. I don't want to do 4 circles. I'm just going to do 3 because it looks weirder. I like it. If you woke up, excuse me, and this was on the field, like, you'd be like, wait, what the hell? If yeah, I didn't like that. I've got dust. Never understood. Oh god, wait. Okay. Never understood where that girls shouldn't be playing games online. It came from where people think being online gives them. Oh, no, people think that being online gives them the freedom to be morons. That's the whole point. That's why I think people should be accountable for the things that they do and say online. I use the term being a moron very liberally for everything from, terms of service breaching, harassment, all the way through to terms of service breaching, interactions with underage users kind of thing. Like, all of it is moronic, idiotic, and shouldn't. That has no place online. There's no place existing. Stop it. But like, people should be held accountable for it. Like, you all know that, like, we've done Unban Bingo where you guys have seen me go through accounts which are like 10+ years old. And people just get away with it because they'll just make a new account. There's nothing to tie them to it. Like an email address, you can make an email address in minutes. So the government knows who you are online, and platforms who are sharing information know who you are online, but other users of the internet can't know who you are to keep themselves safe. If you can at least see that their user has, you know, a conviction for contacting an underage person, etc., etc., then that will inform how you interact with that user online, and that will keep children safe, because then they can decide for themselves when they're using the internet outside of when their parents are watching. Their parents should be keeping an eye on their internet usage as well. And people, like, you should ultimately be accountable for those interactions. None of this having to provide your ID to show, that's just ridiculous, because it doesn't fix the wider problem. It just again allows platforms to gather a whole bunch of data on who you are and how you're interacting with the platform and who you are in real life. It's just been used for data harvesting now, because companies are doing it outside of the US, and you'll see it trickle through. It'll be, oh, you know, it was allowed in the UK, so, you know, users in the US can do it for X, Y, and Z reason. Then it'll be everything. Yeah, it's fine, Sabu, we can go back. Well, exactly, yeah, the data breach side of that is the concerning part. That's what I'm waiting for. One of those companies does the verification to have a data breach. First of all, I want to find out how many companies I've now used a 3D scan of a bust of Stalin to get through. And B, to see exactly how fucked everyone is worldwide. It'll be no different from it'll be no different from when social security numbers in the US got leaked, except with people's internet history on sites. Oh, the parents fully responsible for things their kids say online? Nah, I don't know. I said some stuff as a kid that was pretty dumb. My parents probably shouldn't be responsible for that. Not really. After, like, the age of majority in the UK for a crime is 10. If you can be held criminally accountable at the age of 10, then ultimately you should be held responsible non-criminally for the actions that you say online as well at 10 years old. Like, surely that tracks. That's less severe. If you can be held criminally responsible at 10 years old, why can you not be held responsible for what you're saying online from 10 years old plus? Most platforms require you to be 13 plus anyway, so at that point, what 13-year-old shouldn't be held responsible for the things that they say? The 13-year-old caught in a bomb threat it's not just their parents' fault. We were all 13-year-olds once. We were fucking idiots. We know that. I want to make a joke about that, Kedia, but actually that's kind of fucked up. Yes, trust the big corporations, of course. That's safe. Have you seen a fallen ship yet anywhere, Sabu? That was my concern. I have seen no fallen ships. I have heard no fallen ships. They removed them. There they go. I got 2 fallen ships today already. Lost 1 Pratt on our servers, yeah? If they are falling here in the deep desert, I don't have a problem. If I haven't seen them, it's just confirmation bias. That's fine. That's why I was asking if anyone has seen them. Chicago, not only have we already done mapping onto Spice, but we have spiced. We spiced good. I didn't actually spice that hard, but I spiced good.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
That was pretty good timing then, isn't it? Sandstorm approaching. 7 minutes. Nice. 7. I'm just gonna go and grab a drink because I'm getting dehydrated and I'm out of liquids and Mira will cut me, so give me a second. Hello. Hello, everybody. I'm back. Hi, Demnar. How you doing, buddy? Sabu, you know what? If you take this sand crawler back to the E-band, I will take my assault back. Don't worry about that sound. I will take my assault back to Argo Basin and go and get my sand crawler. Could you bring a carrier back? And then when I get here, I can leave my assault Slopter in the B5 base. I can fly your carrier and the sandcrawler I get, and you can fly this one and the so we can fly either one back. But you know what I mean? Like that just means that we've got one flying back with exactly the right amount of transport. Oh, that's true. Oh, we can do our first deep desert spice production in what, 3 months, 2 months? The melange must flow. We will likely be spicing in an hour's time. It depends if we can reset the sandfield. We are going to start processing. We're going to try processing the deep desert this week, Demnar, because last week we harvested 2 million spice sand. So quite a lot. and it's just a lot. It's a lot of hauling from Sabu and Charon, and I want to save them from doing as much of that as we can. It will also make it easier to give away the spice residue, because if I see any more spice residue, I might actually shit myself and cry. We've got five full of the medium plastinium chest, but the largest chest that you can get, full of spice residue. Like we've got like 250,000 of it. It's like I cry and spice residue for it. It's I will admit it's probably my fault, but I'm a spice enjoyer. What can I say? Even if we made every single spice infused cell we could, it would only use 18,000 of our spice residue. Luther looked for me yesterday. If we made all of the particle filters that we could that use it, we'd still only use up 6,000. Like, we've got 5 times more than we need every single time. What do I do with all the spice? I roll around in it. If you've seen Scrooge McDuck with the gold, that, but with purple spice. I'm gonna be confused, and I'm gonna be really honest. Excuse me, Sabu. It's got pentashields. A Chronos safe roof. Okay. I'm not. There's no pillars. Okay, sweet. Gixon, spice being cheap is an interesting comment, right? Because what you're saying there is that on your server, the primary form of getting spice is by purchasing it on market. On our server, I will be honest with you, the market is very, very quiet. What has happened is most people are just harvesting their own resources. We do not do resource denial gameplay where we attack other users who are harvesting spice on the fields unless we are also harvesting that spice. Like, for example, that compactor that we looked in the field for, he wasn't actually there. We would have shot at, because a compactor compacting a field that we're on with the sandcrawler is, first of all, competition, and second of all, it's going to call the worm much more often. So that's the time we would do that. That's not resource denial. That's you should be, like, you and the assault ornithopter should be harvesting a medium spice field. Fuck off. Is basically what we're saying there. There is very little PvP for the sake of PvP. No. We have a PvP arena for that that's been set up a couple of weeks, but honestly, like, PvP in the game isn't encouraged. It isn't supported very well. It doesn't feel good. It just ends up being, you know, back and forth of basically tricks and bullshit, and it's just a stamina thing. So the arena kind of is fun when you're choosing to do it, but like PvP for the sake of PvP just is a bit dull. It's more as a result of the community approach, because we've got a group of people who are collaborating. So like, why are they going to want to fuck each other over? It's just about a different kind of focus and style of gameplay. It comes from a different focus, I think, on if I, as an established player who has 50,000 melange, don't allow a new player to catch up and to also play the game, I'm gonna have nobody to play with. It's like, it's that simple, right? I've got 2 of something. No, I don't. It's 8. Go in there for now. I know. I'm sorry. Having a nuanced take is actually illegal. I did forget about that. My bad. I've seen a lot of games, and I know that a lot of the time community for games is important. You finally got PvP'd after 1,087 hours. You were going to check yesterday, and a team of 3 came out of the loot room as you were heading down. No, it wouldn't do. 3 on 1 is pretty hard to overcome in a PvP like room like that. That's just bad timing. But ultimately, that's the whole point of those areas of interest. Like, they're meant to drive that type of PvP. So I guess, at least I guess I'm glad that that has actually done, you know, what is needed of the game. Yeah, and that's ultimately the viewpoint on our private servers. Like, everyone is largely aligned on the same viewpoint that, you know, we collaborate. We don't... At this point, we just be fucking each other over for the sake of it. Like, that's not fun for anyone. Like, sure, it might be a laugh while I'm doing it to someone else, but when someone does it to me, that's not going to feel good. And I think if we'd been on a public server, we dealt with some of the community issues that we've encountered and heard of on that public server, the community that we have for the game wouldn't be here, and fundamentally some of the stuff that's, you know, that we've all done as a community wouldn't exist. And I think that we probably have a very different community vibe here in the stream. We want to give people, like, there are even people who have come back to the game and they've lost all their stuff because of the sandstorm, because of taxes, because they've been fucked over by a guild. We will help them get established. We will give them an ornithopter. We will give them, you know, tier 4 tools, so they can at least skip the early game before they can get back to flying around. They can catch up quite quickly at that point, because you know the game from aluminium up to duralumin up to plastinium. It's a reasonably easy cycle upwards. But getting from nothing, when you only have scrap metal up there, is actually quite a lot more work. So we've been doing that, and it's been getting people back in an environment which is much better. You know, there are some groups on the servers have, you know, rules where, like, if you rock up on like a sand crawling operation, you should declare yourself to them, otherwise you might get shot at. But, like, you know, it's one of those things. Arthur, that's lucky for you. Yeah, I can't imagine doing that. I would have shot you. I'd have shot you with missiles. You moved on to the main servers and you're much happier. Well, I'm really happy for that last one, Prime. I'm genuinely really pleased to hear it, because, like I said, that's the community I think that I want to bring to this. Like, Big Smart, again, very welcome. Like, if you are having a hard time on the game, that you don't like the nature of your public server, I know restarting is shitty. I know it doesn't feel good, and if you don't want to do that, I fully understand. But if you are wanting to enjoy the game in a different style, you'd like to collaborate a bit more with the community, you'd like a bit more of a laid-back kind of gameplay, you are free to join our servers. I've been very, like, clear that they are open to any member of my community, any member of, you know, Thor's, Annie's, Redsies, etc. That was the whole point. It's not something I want to keep from people. It's not, we're having fun on our private servers, you can't join us in this sandcastle. That's not what it is at all. Oh. I love that I can do that. You know what? No, if I can do this. That was yellow for a second. We're gonna find it, chat. Even if it takes me an hour, I'm gonna find that again. You saw that too. You all saw that too. I have a dream. Yes. Done. Now this is sand crawling. Now this, you might not like it. This is peak spicing. The Spister Crawler. Peter Park, you're saying, oh, I love it. Thank you, Numbers Bob. Clearly I can park there. I will have you know I can park here. This is, look, this solves, like, just do this. If like, if you look, people ask me if I can have any technology from the Dune universe. This is what this is what I want. This is what I choose. I choose this. Imagine I could revolutionize London. Imagine New York, where this just worked. This. Storing a car, sorted. And then just to land, you just have to do a cool flip. I've seen the future, and it is spider crawlers. This is what we need. You might not like it, chat, but this is peak spice crawling. If you can't spice crawl on the side of a building, you haven't got your splicence. Don't touch it. There we go. So basically, chat, what we've learned is you can park there if you don't have an engine. Or if you don't have, like, one of the treads, you can park there. At that point, it's fine. Otherwise, you definitely can't park there. Eh, it counts. Like a golf. Oh, wait, are these scouts that I'm parked in here with? Or are these assaults? They're just skinny ass assaults. The three, yeah, it is like the three flavors of assault copter. Okay, so but which carrier are you flying out? Oh wait, I need to unmute myself. It is the spider. Nice. How are you all doing out there, chat? You able to build temporary storage close to spice fields and doing specific runs using large ship for holes and smaller ship for uppies? No, you can only use the carrier for uppies. Are we not spicing? Okay, are you flying out to You flying out to harvest spice for me? Good. I need a spice harvester. Or a pilot, one of the two. Yeah, but there's 2 carriers and 2 crawlers. I thought Spook was joining us and we were doing 2 and 2. We've only got 3 ring mounts this week. That's not actually bad, because there's always going to be 1 active. How close are they? Are they all annoying? Oh, Hotel 2, Hotel 8, and what, Indigo 5? Okay, Indigo 5 isn't too bad. It's a reasonable spread, it's just a kind of a bit more of an annoying one to travel between. How close? Okay, keep talking. Alpha, you can make a forward operating base right next to the field if you want to, but we make it in E5 because it's the closest safe location. You can make a base anywhere where there's rock and there's land to make one, but like, you are going to run the risk. You can build a base on the sand, but there are risks. I would not make a base on the sand. Not if I'm using it to store spice in. Ooh. Gordon Ramsay. Hang on, let me send a message to Nellis. Sorry, these just sometimes come to me. You just watch my creative process live chat. That's what it is. That's what happens. That's the only that's. Well, that's the carrier. Sabu, please could you... Oh. Sabu, please could you repair the sand crawler, because I haven't got the perk for it and I need to respec tonight. I'm gonna do a respec later. Where's my drink gone? There it is. No, no PvE ringmouth. No way. Oh god, yeah, a PvE ringmouth would be awful. You know what happens? PvE ringmouth is just people in public servers using thumpers all week. How do we know Null Wolf saw that? Okay, Sabu, you ready to... Oh, you're just doing no repairs. Wait, no. Uppies? Oh. You didn't... Oh, you did repair this. It's just as repaired as it can be. Jesus. Well, the engine's gonna get pretty screwed up. Excuse me. Well, Vicky, I appreciate your lurking, but also please don't die. How are we gonna have a road trip to London where you break into the Natural History Museum and destroy the dinosaur statue, and then we blame it on immigrants? Like, how are you gonna cause a countrywide riot and panic if you are sick and don't look after yourself? Imagine how many people you could get to make a flag on a roundabout. This is why you need to look after yourself. Yeah, eat and re-heal. Good shout. Proud of you. That's an ongoing joke, just so you know, chat, between me and Vicky. Exactly, yeah. Look, you're only going to spray paint a government building if the Lithuanian government, if they don't give you the passport that you're owed. That's how that works. And at that point, maybe you're justified. Not my problem. It's Lithuanian problem at that point. To be honest, Alpha, in all of Vicky's messages, there's nothing there that's actually terms of service breaching. She just asked, how's she going to? Who is that in the Scout Ornithopter? Okay. Obviously, I would never shoot an Ornithopter that was in front of us. I didn't lock in on that. It's got a Mark IV hull. I mean, it doesn't deserve to be shot at, but you know what I mean? Like, if it was shot at, it would deserve it. Alpha, that sounds to me like you're inferring that. You know, objectively, that could have meant anything. Not insufficient to be terms of service ban. My client is innocent. In this court of public opinion. As in my chat. It's okay, Alpha. It's fine. Stand by, I need you to wait for a minute actually to sort out something for tomorrow, because there is a stream tomorrow for Thor. And I need to make sure that there are people who are working tomorrow. A Wednesday, indeed. No. Sorry, trying to keep an eye on the schedule while I'm doing in-game is a challenge. Right, that is done. With that there. Thank you for bearing with me, chat. That was very helpful. Once to get that done, I need to do more of that going forward. Okay, you ready to do a drop, Sabu? Oh, you're agitating the worm, are you? Okay, that still ran out of fuel despite me being in the passenger seat. Well, I got in and it... Oh, wait, no. Maybe it hadn't been fueled yet. That might be why. It's fueled now, so where's it go? I sing now, it's a volcano. Update incoming. Got a link, Pan Miyagi? It's because we only just assembled this vehicle, that's why. Wait, Omega, do we know what that update is? Because that means that we will likely have downtime as well. There's been nothing pinged in our game. Okay. Okay. Right, okay. Do we know what that's relation to? Missed some spice. Doesn't really matter. We're not going to be able to finish the spice field. Why am I doing... Okay. Oh, so fixing while the deep desert hasn't updated. Is that going to be us? I don't... We have got a new deep desert, but is it going to... Okay. We'll find out what happens, I guess. What do we want to do for an hour, chat? The red dot is the carrier, able to pick me up, Ark Magellan. Bitcraft, Only Dams, Timberborn, Rimworld. Hello, Luther. We've got downtime starting in about 15 minutes, just so you know. It is the carrier above me, as I rumba this spice. You'd think that, wouldn't you, Small Mite? The carrier follows the harvester, and then you can instruct. No, the person above me is flying the carrier over me and will pick me up when I scream the word uppies. Look at that. It's a very clear call. It makes sense across comms. Everyone knows where you're at when you shout in that word. Like, it's just that simple, isn't it? The worm threat makes a massive difference, yes. Chat is now seeing how much difference the worm threat generation is. Like, we've done what, 3 laps now before seeing a worm? We were getting a lap pretty much every lap perfectly before. This is the fully upgraded Sandcrawler, so it carries 11,250. We've got the dampened treads, the upgraded engine for it going faster when it's offline, all kinds of stuff. Yeah, we can hold quite a lot of spice. Uppies. So it'll hold 75,000 spice sand in total, yeah. 2 loads of, like 2 of these full sand crawlers makes 2,000 melange. Hey, you might laugh at the code word, but it works. I said it, Husby. I said it. I just calmly said it because Sabby was already aware. Trust me, it's when it doesn't go well that you'll see it, and you don't want me to say it frantically. That's the whole point. Not like, where are you? Did the worm get you if you're not high enough? Yes. I'm torn between the timer saying that it doesn't matter if I harvest the spice and the fact that I want to harvest the spice completely. No, okay, I'm gonna accept that there's the timer, and we're just gonna go for maximum yield of the time that we've got. But good night, Lilithian. Thank you for hanging out today. Take it easy. 5 minutes. If I'm doing maximum yield and I'm just driving, I'm not even driving everything twice, I'm basically getting 70% of the spice on the first run, so it'll be quite effective. The server reset wipes. Oh, okay. People in the Awakening Discord say the server restart wiped the Deep Desert for them, so it might be that we have a new Deep Desert, that which would suck. Yeah, uppies. Yeah, get everything out of the Deep Desert. I'm not feeling comfortable. I'm gonna get straight back to E5, B5 and dismantle the spice refinery. I'd rather lose the spice that we've got in the current job and the water than I would lose 1,000 melange, you know, 1,000 plastinium. Yeah, I'm not feeling comfortable with it. I would just rather reassemble it afterwards if we have to. Like, I wouldn't treat it if we lose vehicles, we lose vehicles. Get that crawler into the E5 base. That's as safe as it can be. We're not gonna be able to extract those vehicles from this deep. My vehicle as well. It's just gonna be one of those things. We've got a Deep Desert reset. We've got a restart coming, so there's some downtime coming in 11 minutes. There are some concerns that this downtime could also reset our Deep Desert, and because of my somewhat cautious nature, I'm going to go and preserve our most valuable asset that we've deployed out here this week. Everything else can be regathered easily, but having to replace a whole large spice refinery sucks no matter which way you cut it. There's just a restart coming down in 11 minutes. For safety reasons, there is no guarantee that we're going to lose anything, but if you fly out here, you're not necessarily going to be able to get out here, dismantle a sand crawler, and fly out. There just isn't, the guaranteed isn't time. Some servers weren't, yeah, so some Deep Deserts weren't correctly updated. This change might not do anything, chat. This is literally, we're doing this just in case. A just in case change we're doing now because it's just in case there's a problem. I'm not saying there is a problem. I've got no evidence that there is a problem, but I would rather, if they are going to bring down the Deep Desert and reset some Deep Desert bases, I'd rather see if we can get our valuable assets out of here. If we can get the carriers out, great, but the sand crawlers and stuff, I just don't see them. I don't see them being moved out in time. Assault can't make it from B5. Well, loading into the Deep Desert from B5 to E5 and back. Only Deep Desert wipe was packed, which didn't have a Coriolis reset from DA Discord. Fine. Cool. There's no evidence there's a problem. I'm still going to be cautious. And I'm still not going to guarantee I'm going to get out in time, to be honest with you. Like, the worst case scenario, if I move this spice refinery out, is that everything is fine. I just have to place it. Like, that's fine. But for the spice refinery, like the one week we deploy that out to the Deep Desert for the first time again, I don't want to risk it. It would be such a punch in the face from the server, like from the game, and it would be just so typical. Like, you know, when something is just so ridiculous that you're like, oh god, I can't believe it. Like, that's how ridiculous it would be. The first week in months that we deployed that spice refinery out, it would be just... If I get rid of this, it won't reset for anyone. It's if I don't do it, I know full well it'll reset everyone's progress. Are you back in B5? Okay, so I'm closer. Yeah, that's fine. So why are they restarting all of the servers if they only need to reset one of them? That's why I'm... What are they doing that requires them to bring down our deep desert? Like I said, worst case scenario, by moving out what we can in a few minutes, reasonably, without panicking, the worst case scenario then is that whatever we save is completely fine. That's all we can do. I'd be shocked if there is widespread loss from this. They would be mad to do that. That the kickback would be insane. Like, Sod's Law is if I do this, everything will be fine. If I don't do this, everything will go wrong. That's just how Sod's Law works. Because if I do it, I've wasted the effort and I've worried unnecessarily. But if I don't do it, that's when the carelessness gets punished by the universe. I don't know. You know how it is. Notifications not working not showing in a Haga Basin. So a Haga Basin staying up? No, that would be awful. I don't know if that's a Demnar system problem. That's my concern. Murphy is from Arrakis. Well, exactly, yeah. You did get it on Haga on the officials? We will see. The servers are indeed going down, yes. No, that's my job. Come on. Where is the spice refinery? Which floor? All floors is not helpful. Like, where's the base of it? Yeah, I actually just know where the base of it was. Oh, okay, we didn't actually start the job. That's good news. Okay. Oh, you bought... Okay. No, don't take any element of what's on the ground there. If you take any of it, it will infuriate me to no end. Yeah, do not touch right now. I need to make sure we've got all of it in one location. Probably, but they're not in the storage. I'd do exactly what I'm doing to the storage anyway, so this isn't going to take that much longer. It's just clearing through the plastinium is the hard part. The plastinium is a much larger density, or larger volume. Okay, almost there. Oh god, there's so much fucking stuff here. Need to make some more space. better. More than double the amount I can carry at a time. What do you mean? What? Put that in there already, god damn it. When that gets to 1 minute 30, that's it, I'm just out. Very surprise update. Was what a Discord message on my side? No. Discord doesn't show. Oh, actually. I assume the main menu can be done from here. That's the God Emperor Thor. That's what that is. Whoop. Whoop. Right, I will be right back. Hello, everybody. Hello. 1 second, chat. This appears to be a bit of a mess up on Funcom's part. Hold, do not log back into Deep Desert yet. Don't, just hold. Just don't rush, those of you on comms. Let's just find out what's going on first. Let's just find out what's going on. Let me go and have a look at some Discords. Okay, well, it looks like that might have been a mistake on Funcom's end. So... so we're just gonna stay in the Deep Desert. Fine. Am I frustrated with the developers? Yes. That was pretty rudimentary. That's not great. I'm gonna be real. That one's not great. What happened? Funcom pinged out a reset of the an hour's downtime and a reset of the Deep Desert and a couple of other bits and bobs for people. Lack of clarity on a very, very short-term bit of downtime, not great. Gonna be real, just not ideal. Not, and then we're now finding out that it actually looks like it's need to mess with this for a second. I bet you made it so that we can... Oh wait. No. Why is this blocked by another object? What's going on? It is quarter turn. You put tiles on top of it. Well, that would be, yeah, that would do it. Yeah. Oh, it's the ornithopter above it. Like the wings of the ornithopter are going to be in the way. Yeah. I hate, this is one of the reasons I dislike building the way that... it'll potentially be these death stills then, because they're in the way as well. I don't know why they're hanging over the edge like that. No, the death... Let me do it. This is... over the gap where you're trying to build it. Yeah, it's a Death Stills. We're over where it needs to be. Well, okay, there we go. We didn't lose anything. We just mildly shat our pants. So yeah, Funcom basically did the at everyone when it was actually only meant to be at Dione. We did have a job running. We cancelled the job to extract our spy sand. It looks like we're not getting downtime after all. They just mistakenly pinged everyone in a... Yeah. It was meant to be just the Dione servers, and unfortunately, it was not just the Dione servers that went down. They sent the ping out to everyone, saying everyone was going down. Great and confusing for everyone. Hello, Radiant 13. That's all right. No, Real Wolf. It's actually, yeah, the downtime that was pinged out only applied to the Dione server group, apparently, according to Discord, and it was somebody who was not fully trained on the messaging tools. Had the, unfortunately, pinged out everyone. That's what it's looking like. Someone not as familiar with our service messaging tool as they should have been, which meant that our training failed, which will be reviewed. Shit happens. There we go. Like, it's just a bad ping. Like, we panicked, we worried, but like we did everything we could on our end to fix it. They're gonna do something on their end. It's annoying, but hey, what are we gonna do? That dude's gonna be famous now for pinging out to everyone and making them shit themselves. I propose the name Sir Ping-a-Lot. Dude's getting a lot of hate. I can't say the word shit. There you go. Yep. That's what I've said. It happens. They're gonna go train Sir Ping a lot better now. That's what they're gonna do. Okay, I'm ready for uppies. Wait. Uppies. Oh, no, you're in the wrong carrier. This one's not painted, I can't see it, hang on. It sounds like a you issue. Uppies. They should know better, but what's that gonna do? If I get annoyed about it and I get super upset about it, like what am I gonna do? Like someone uses CC instead of BCC. Like it's happened. We deal with the output now. People didn't lose anything. Like the key thing here is none of us lost anything for this. If this had been a situation where it could have been far worse. Like it could have been that we didn't get a ping, we didn't get any warning, and the servers went down. Realistically, it's 15-20 minutes out of our lives. Mild inconvenience, what's the big deal? The thing is though, I'm actually kind of sad because what I was planning on doing during the downtime was turning on my my side camera here because B's not here. He's asleep on my chair in the living room. But I was gonna use the desk cam and I was gonna assemble some Warhammer. We were just gonna chat about Dune and stuff. Was basically my plan. I could move chat onto a different monitor. Like that could have been great fun. You guys were robbed. No, you were robbed. No, it's not. It can't be done now. Yeah. I mean, I haven't got any to hand. They're all the way over. I can nearly touch them. No, too far away. Just too far away. It's awful. My cane is in hand. I can reach that. If there wasn't spice, then maybe. Tatowski, thank you very much for the Prime sub, buddy. Welcome on into the community. I hope you enjoy the emotes. Thank you for the love and support, man. It's appreciated. What's going on with the servers? They are staying up. They are fine. A couple of servers didn't get their Deep Desert reset. Those ones are the ones that are going down. Ours is not. It's just somebody was sending out the messages and didn't really know what they were doing. I reckon what happened is they've hired this guy.
Lizard.
And he's just pressed the wrong button because he thought it was the lizard button. I wonder if I can make it so that Lizard plays across Discord for you. I'd have to change the channel that that soundboard runs on. I'd have to run on my voice. No, I don't think I could. Yes, I hear Lizard and delay.
Lizard.
No. Like, we got a ping. Ooh. It wasn't even in prime time. Like, let's be real. Like, it's still 4:30 p.m. my time. Okay, maybe it's getting close to Eastern EU prime. Eastern EU are at 6:30 in the evening. That's kind of prime time. But like, it's a Monday? No, it's Tuesday. What day it was? Like 4:30 in the afternoon for me. 5:30 EU when the people are starting to get on. They were trying to get it sorted as soon as possible for those servers, and they literally just pinged out on the wrong. They atted everyone rather than atting the people who needed to know. Like, we've all made bigger mistakes than that in the workplace. Oh yeah, one of the key parts of streamer brain when you catch streamer brain is losing what day of the week it is. Yeah. Yeah, that, the sleep schedule changes, calling people chat, saying, oh no, save that to be good content. You know you've caught streamer brain and it's probably terminal. Sad. Sad. Yep. Wait, why did that turn on and turn off? Good. I now have to go back and make up for the fact that I didn't harvest all of the residue on the last run. Yeah, our streamer brain is terminal. Yeah, terminal, and it affects 100% of streamers eventually. I'm just Dave. That's the next stage of streamer brain. Like you've got dormant streamer brain right now. You're talking about turning it into an active disease. Hello, Junkie Monkey. How's it going, bud? Welcome on in. Just grabbing a little bit of spice that was on the side there. Can't believe I'm just a Dave as a streamer brain carrier. Who was the first streamer, do you reckon? It was clearly me, chat. How in the jungle of Unga Bunga did I get to level 200? You know how you can scan the deep desert every week? That, and then miscellaneous goblinry. I'm very good at miscellaneous goblinry. What? I was basically I was just saying how long it took you to catch up, Sabu. How is that not... What? Oh, it's a visual bug. Okay, neat. Okay, so I can't see the spice that I'm harvesting. That makes it difficult. Severe tire damage for the first streamers. Okay. Wild. I think YouTubers became streamers, didn't they? Be real. I definitely skipped the YouTuber stage. YouTube's a very different beast to Twitch. Static content is horrifying. You just kind of talk at your camera for a few minutes? Like, what is that? What happened over here? Uppies. Yeah, but I've definitely gone over that one that was over there. I'm fairly sure I've gone over this one as well. Yeah, there's now, yeah, that's just a visual bug when the sun changes. The servers were only going down in one section. It was a misping. So the servers are not actually down. If you logged off the game, you should be able to log back into your Siege and your server absolutely fine. Yes. Well, yeah, unless you're on Dione, which I think was the world group that was down. It just can't be harvested. I just can't get that spice sand that's showing up there for some reason. It's just specific inside ones that don't seem to be working. I don't really know why. We'll just keep spicing. Hello, Invader. How you doing there? Nap over, have to get up and do life soon? Oh, well, I'm sorry to hear that, but I hope that you had at least had a good nap. We are very much nap approvers here. Whoop. Do. Good job. Pleased with it. So those of you who don't know, my background was in law, and generally, if you do a there's a principle in basic, very basic contract laws. If you make like a market-wide offer, how long that market-wide offer becomes, like how long it stays in force for, and the basic, in order to rescind that kind of market-wide offer, you would provide an announcement in the same way that you originally communicated the offer, because that way you can at least, you know, make sure that the people who saw it the first time are likely to see it the second time, right? That's made up for it. That is the counteract. They've issued the information in one way and they've now counteracted it in another. That's as much as they can really do fairly. They'll probably also ping out their Discord when they've got somebody who can do that, but like, fine. Yeah, we're down, we're ready. Yeah. I can waffle while we drop, normally. Again, we didn't lose anything. Not a big deal. Plenty more things in the sea to be annoyed about. There's no point getting too stressed about that one. Somebody needs to learn how to use the ping system more. Fine. They at everyone when they didn't mean to. Shit happens. Yeah, I mean, it helps to not have any sanity. As soon as you work in financial services, your sanity's gone. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like working with bank people, at that point you're just, yeah. What, wild. Or anyone in the oil industry. Working with telecoms engineers. I've done that too, Kaibo. That was telecoms people as well. A still suit's still worth to use. I use a still suit full time, so I would say yes, 100%. Like, I only use my still suit, including in combat, despite what Unicorn Reach Around says. I know it's not the best thing to use in combat, but hey, I don't have to keep water, and it's very convenient, and I don't suffer for it. So, you know. I think it's perfectly legitimate to use a still suit in combat if you're good enough at combat. I would use light armor if I'm gonna have to use armor. If I was gonna go and do like a Adidas testing station, I knew it was gonna be difficult. I would probably use light armor. Appease. Yeah, I heard him. It's not a pickle. For pickle, you put it in vinegar. It's just a cucumber that someone's left in its wrapping for too long. My circuit gauntlets barely count as heavy armor, but I mean by heavy armor is a full set. These are just too good to not wear. Minus 10% power usage. It's better. The dash stamina cost is tolerable. That's what it makes up for the still suit, because that's ultra light armor. Down. The idea of using a suit of full heavy armor fills me with fear. And the lack of mobility, like how do you... You have to shoot stuff. Yeah, true, okay, yeah. Yeah, if you're fighting with guns and you're shooting like enemies that are shooting you back, yes, I can see why you'd use heavy armor. Lickety split, it doesn't make a lot of difference. I'm not sure that the albatross wings are really worth the amount that you spend to make them. On the assault, the faction wings are good. Carrier, the rock wings aren't worth it. You need the maneuverability. That speed is not worth it on our server. It's the residue. It's the leftovers of the residue of last time. That's what's throwing me off. The Mark 6 rapier is called Halleck's Pick, and it's a fantastic weapon. It's my favorite rapier. The replica pulse sword is the sword variant, which a lot of people swear by, but I'd still prefer the rapier. Excuse me. I think that if I was using full light armor, I would probably be able to use the sword better. But because I use a still suit, the rapier is better for mobility. Gets me in and out of difficult situations. That rapier is indeed a blueprint drop. It's one of the deep desert drops. Sword is nice for the AoE parry. Yeah, that's true. I would agree with you. That's why I do carry one. The one was at ramming speed. Jeez. I do not believe so, Whiskey Vector Bravo. Not that I'm aware of so far. As someone who, I agree. I'm looking forward to the changes where we'll have access to everything on a loot table each week. I think it's gonna be more fun. As someone who's just barely unlocked Duralumin, I wonder how long it take to fill up that harvester. Quite a long time. Without the 15% perk, quite a lot longer. This is the largest harvester in the game. Probably take like an hour. Yeah, this has got the dampened treads, yes. Yeah, this is the fit on the sandcrawler. Dampened treads. Don't worry about the engine, it's fine. The Walker engine, so again, the Spice engine, the purple one. The drops are live by default, so just by being here, watching them, these are the drops, just so you know what they are. Sorry. Yeah. Off he goes. Glorious. I'll be honest with you, the Landsrad armor vendor isn't really that good. Like you can get the circuit gauntlets. They're pretty useful. The hook claws if you do a lot of climbing, but realistically it's not a great win for us. Like none of the options last week were that good. So just get the circuit gauntlets. I don't remember the last time I actually like properly climbed in the game because I just used the full suspensor belt and the Sheikah wire claw to yeet myself around like an elevator, like budget Spider-Man. Yeah. One of those things, really. Yeah, Desert Hobo Spooderman. That's me. Occasionally Sith Lord, but mostly Desert Hobo. Want to hear a dark joke? If it's going to break terms of service and get you banned, nah. If it's not going to get you in trouble and not going to make me ban you, you can tell a joke, sure. Does it breach terms of service? Does it breach our platform? Does it breach the stream rules? That's the question. If you have to ask, the answer is probably not going to be a yes, is it? Let's be real. On the loose, yes, it depends on which kind of server you are on. Like, certain servers have got quite a lot of population still, certain ones haven't. So if you are on a public server like Harmony, then yes, your servers are still populated. A lot of them are a lot quieter as people have fallen away from the game, but the game's still holding reasonably healthy numbers. It just depends on what it is that you're looking for when you return to the game. If you've got 200 hours in as a solo, you likely got yourself pretty much most of the way towards endgame, so you're likely that you enjoyed the game. Was it something that threw you off about endgame that was the problem for you on the loose? I am indeed excited about that now, Wolf, I'll be honest, yeah. You're solo crawling still, so how are you solo crawling now with the changes? You crawl mediums, that's... I'm guessing that you land near them and drive out to them. You start by clearing the edge up, then you land the carry in the middle and circle around it. That makes a lot of sense. You have to be quick then. What about a quick breach, Sullivan? Does a quick breach not risk that quite a lot? Uppies. Uppies. I was muted, shit. Here we go. That we got me, it's alright. Luther, there was going to be, and then they found out that actually it was only for a couple of servers, and the person who pinged out didn't have proper training on the tooling that they use to ping out to servers. So we actually didn't have downtime. It was just a trick, just an illusion. So we can come back and get more spice. Glorious Splat. Unfortunately, there are no lovely, delicious loot caves like the ones I can normally give you. Spook and Izuna able to bring out another crawler. We can finish this one off sooner and get it moved. Your carrier and crawler are in E5. Yeah, bring a second crawler out. That's fine. We can just react when we see it. After you do a solo crawl for a while, you get a sense of how long you have until you get a non-roaming breach. You only lift up twice, including you not ever being breached on. Okay, that's quite nice. Interesting. Okay. I would have thought that it's still easier to solo with solo those with compactors, just to do it quickly. How much can a crawler actually carry? It can carry 50,000 spice sand by default, or 7,500 volume. Or if you have the upgraded Regis one, it can do 11,250, which is 75,000 spice sand. Which is what this one is. If I do this, there we go. You can see that down here, it's showing you that we've got 11,250 is our maximum storage. And 30 slots, which is very convenient. That's the normal time zone slot. That is a new message, yes. So that's the normal downtime. That's like around the time of our normal reset and our quiet time on the server. So that's likely. I said that was Nitrado, wasn't it? So that might be Nitrado doing network management. Okay, tinfoil hat moment. I'll mute myself in Discord for the tinfoil hat moment. Nitrado doing network maintenance the same day that the developers announced that they'll be talking about server merges at the next dev talk. And I think it's implied, isn't it? I didn't make an assumption, I'm just saying it's interesting. I didn't treat it with any anything serious, but it's interesting, isn't it? I know that Nitrado have been working with the Funcom on server mergers. We've been talking to them about it. So it's not without basis. What was that? I would describe us as dummies, yes. Oh, you meant dummies like practice dummies, right. It is the second or third set of network maintenance we've had from Nitrado. But it's not very often that we get something like that. Yes. Faster circles over slower straight line strips. Just it's basically much of muchness, yeah. What's more important is making sure that we get all of the spice. Which I don't even know if I'm doing because of the graphical bugs. The servers did not go offline, no, it was a misping. They added everyone rather than just the server that they were actually meant to. Very different. Shit happens, we move on. I think Sir Ping-a-Lot is going to be remembered well and lovingly. You are very welcome, bud, no worries. Yeah, you shouldn't leave sysadmins in. They can infect the wound. You might need to cauterize it. Trick Sabu. Joke is actually I just can't see where I'm going because of the black smoke. It's just the engine, okay? The engine's just a little bit warm. I'm playing a game of what happens first. We fill up on spice or the engine explodes, which is a very enjoyable game, right? In fact, let's do a poll for chat. Oh no, we can do a gamba. You want to do a gamba? Start prediction. Let's see. Uppies. Submission period is 1 minute, chat. You have 1 minute to get on this gamba. Will the engine explode? Here's the color of it. Look at how red that is. Look at the black smoke it's kicking up. It's not a great engine. I'm gonna be honest with you. I wouldn't want to drive in it. I am ready. Party invite for you. I can do that. Last few seconds, chat. Look at how red that engine is. Take your bets. We'll be full up on spice, but look, we're so full on spice too. We're nearly there. 27 out. We're very nearly there. Uppies. Uppies. Nah, that was fine. Wait, no bitch. Didn't tickle my treads in the slightest. The worm wants to vote. Don't blame me, man. Blame it on the double. Drop. What? As I said that, the ad started. The highly suspect. Whoop. Can I have a drink while I drive? Don't drink and drive. I'm hydrating while I drive. It's different. But only then because Mira will hurt me if I don't. Puppies. He's a big bitch. The fun thing is, I genuinely have no idea what's going to go first, the spice collection or the engine, because it's just getting closer. It's just... Look, I mean, look how red the icon is getting. It's probably the reddest I've ever seen it. The treads aren't exactly happy either, but... This sand crawler has indeed served, and it will be of service. It sits under the table, working for the table. Welcome back after the ads, chat. Don't be worried, during ads you will still get your drops progress. I appreciate that. We do generally pause for doing anything that's too... What's the word? Intense, loading, story related, anything that's critical I will pause during the ads, but if it's just sand crawling, well... Everyone's just waiting to see what happens first. These lights in the back. It's done. We did it. Puppies. We're full. Nice. I'm gonna sit in the driver's seat and let the engine. Actually, I probably shouldn't let the engine explode, should I? That would be wasteful. On the bright side, look at this fun... When you can see vehicles for a long distance, this is going to be great. Who needs flares? You know what? I take it back. I don't need flares. Oh, that was a really close vote as well. 54 to 46%. Unfortunately, the spice collection was indeed done first. 168,000. Prediction ended. Thank you very much for taking part, chat. Luther, look, we just... It's just... We've spiced quite hard, okay, Luther? If you use exclamation point drops, you will actually see the progress. Like, the engine... Oh, it's got 12%. That's loads. What are we worried about? The game wants you so early. Like, why? What's the problem? You know that if we'd like triggered the grandfather worm, I would have made you harvest that medium spice sand that's behind us, woman. I've been saving that location in my head in case we wanted to make the engine explode. Medium spice blow, medium spice blow. Oh, sandstorm in 4 minutes. Medium spiced. This is there are like 4 mediums in a square. The camera just teleported through something else. Just give me a warning at 5%. This is my Vape Nation advert, chat. That's how this works. Don't worry, kids. These nicotine vapes are totally clean.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
It's alright, we can signal to the sandstorm that we're not a threat with this black smoke. Did you just say up?
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
No. There's only one operationally correct term, and if you don't use it, you are risking everyone. That would not have been oh shit compliant. Black smoke, new pope has not been elected. Exactly, yep. No, I guard the pope, not popeness. That's different plan. Plan within plans.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
I wonder if this works. Perfect. Look at that. Tells a story in a few pictures. You can vape on industrial flights. So what you see here, chat, is when the server decides that it really wants that engine to be destroyed.
A large sandstorm is approaching.
That is the best way to do it. You can punch through the storm and take minimal amounts of damage. Look at this. You can watch it live. This is why I treat storms with disdain, chat. Look at it. Oh no. Oh no. We're so... Oh, we're gonna get so damaged. Oh no. Oh no. Oh. The sandstorm. It's so dangerous. Oh no! Oh no! I'm devastated! Let's see the Thopter wings. What, you mean the ones that haven't got any holes in them and are completely fine? 6%. Oh, Sabu, I can't believe it. 6% of your wing integrity? How would you cope? You lose more integrity than that gliding from one end to the deep desert to the other. Like, oh. This is the trick. If you, as long as you treat the sandstorm like your bitch, it all works. My belief is that the sandstorm scales with damage depending on how far off of the ground you are or how close you are to the skybox. There are reports of people flying over the sandstorms and taking no damage. So my idea is if you can fly at 750, you just take less damage. That's what I've seen so far, but I don't know that is, you know, completely correct objectively, but that's kind of what we have seen. And if the carrier is carrying a sandcrawler, that's the difference. The carrier has to be carrying the sandcrawler. It does something special. It's like, you know, it's like the sandcrawler hugs the carrier in a special way, and the carrier takes less damage from being out in the ravages of the sandstorm. I don't make the rules. I didn't write this system. I don't know that that's the case, but if you do it, I'm not sure I've tested it at a higher level without the sandcrawler, to be honest with you. It's very rare that I'm out and about in a sandstorm anyway, let alone with a carrier. I know vulture mode is not a good thing. Yeah, vulture mode and boost was 72% for you. Yeah, and that was at 750 plus. Could you repair the sandcrawler, please? Thank you. Oh. You fly 800 plus with your scout and took 0 damage in vulture mode, Apos, or in hover mode. The spice farming is going very well, thank you. We're about to complete our first ring mouth. That's going to get annoying. Yes. I put quite a few more containers in here than I meant to, but I'm fine with it. I just now need to get more plastinium because I might have used up all of our supply. Hi, Bailey. Oh, Thor is trying to contact me. Sorry, give me a second to unmute his stream. Hi, Bailey. Hi. Yes. Yeah. Thor was asking about me doing Dark Tide. I'm going to stay doing Dune for today, but I might do Dark Tide tomorrow. Puppies? Yeah. Oh god, I can't run that, so running my CPU today. Hello. What are you doing down there? You're being a small munch. There you go, chat. It just shows you that, you know, you too can launch the storm. I checked the wrong DMs from Thor. That's what I did. Non-critical comms.
Hi, Bailey. Hi. Hi, baby cat. Yes, you're a good cat, aren't you? Yeah. Um. $11 a.m. No, I am the sand crawler pilot underneath, so I do the sand crawling. I'm just setting something up for the work schedule for the rest of my team. Just give me a minute, Sabu. Just give me a second, Sabu. I just wanted to confirm something. I need someone to say, yeah, sure. Don't drop me into that wandering worm's mouth, please. That would not be ideal. I'll be honest with you, Ghillie Sniper Gaming. There is now a key for it. Yeah, like they've been saying. Yeah. Oh, cat. The cat's just gonna go. Don't. Okay. You can drop me on the field somewhere. I'm ready. Unfortunately, a member of the team is sick, so I just need to arrange some cover and ask somebody to come in for 3 hours.
I'm not quite the monster enough to make them work while they're sick. Or am I? Mwahaha. Feed them to the mincemeat machine. Minced moderator for dinner chat. Mwahaha. Yes, minced moderator comes with a single gram of spiced melange on top. Yeah, but there's not that many moderators. And I'm only going to make like 3 dishes before I get bored, and I'm going to eat at least one of them. Yeah, what did you think was at the bottom of the mod basement? That's when it gets flooded. That's why we have to hold on. If you get washed away, you get washed into the mincing machine. That's how we know the weak moderators are being flushed away. Nah, I'm gonna go across the gap here for now. Is sick time part of their benefits package? So for the US moderators who are employees, yes. For the EU mods who are contractors, it's different. So theoretically, as a contractor, your business is on the hook for providing that coverage when no matter what, and it doesn't necessarily matter who it is providing that coverage. Obviously, it does matter who is providing the coverage to the moderators. My basic view on it is, if you're sick, you're not going to be doing a good job moderating anyway. Like, just don't worry about it, and I normally cover. So, but sometimes not. Like, but you can't give contractors sick days. So you have to work it out. That's not you, because you can't have that's you're not a contractor if you have a sick day. That's not necessarily how that works. Not in the EU employee contractor relationship. There's a whole lot about it. It's all like micro enterprises and sole traders, and you're getting into a huge like back and forth in the law of what's a worker versus what's an employee. Functionally, they're the best treated workers possibly that I've seen in an employment situation. But what we do for that wouldn't work at scale. Like, that wouldn't work at scale. Give me a second, chat. And then, Griffin, if that's the case, depending on a number of other things, okay, you're employed by a contract. Okay, that's different then, because there's a bunch of stuff on the scale of balances of what makes someone a worker versus a contract versus an employee. A lot of companies take the piss with it. Like, there was a big thing about it with Uber and other kind of ride-sharing apps. Sabo, I'm ready when you are. I don't know if the spots are real or not anymore, that's the problem. Where's the second crawler gone, by the way? Oh, okay. Well, Griffin, I mean, I was asked to generalize about the mod team, which are across a bunch of different jurisdictions, so I'm going to go with the general approach, because I was asked a general question. That's why none of it's legal advice, but there's all nuance to it. There's a bunch of different things that go into considering it. If I break down every single element of every single answer, A, you'll all be bored as hell, and B, it's going to be so hyper-specific, but it won't be usable. That's why I talked about the general stuff. There's a general balance you need to find between them, and it's different in each jurisdiction. I said those exact words, so What do you mean, griefers? I'm not a griefer. I'm just a spice enthusiast. I just care about my spice operation, okay? There's nothing wrong with that. You can't tell me that there isn't something amazing about multi-spicing. Now we don't have griefers, right? That makes more sense. No griefers, just goblins, and goblins cause plenty of grief, don't worry. Source is me, I am a goblin. I think it's fair to say that on our server, server network, PvP is contextual. If you are in a deep desert base and you're in a PvP like wreck and you encounter someone, you will likely PvP. That's what will happen. If you're in a research base and you encounter each other, normally you'll PvP. If you're out in the spice fields, you don't normally. I'm running away from Sabu. Oh, okay. Fine. If you must. Gilly Sniper Gaming was asking about the care package. If you join our Dune Discord, exclamation point Dune Discord, then you can contact Sabu, Mondhyler, and a few other people who are running the public guild base, and you can get your care package. Package. What kind of build did I play on Road Trader? AdMech. It was as much AdMech as I could, bunch of melee. He just was an absolute tank in melee. Was my main character. I also had a snipery dude who just decked face. Any excuse to be AdMech, I will play AdMech. Like, when I played Dark Heresy, I just got almost every single cybernetic that was possible. I just wanted cybernetics, like. I'm fine with them changing the name of the Ornithopters in the game, as long as it starts being consistent. Like, everyone's going to call them Scout and Mediums, for Scout and Assaults for a long time, but we're going to have to get used to calling them Light and Mediums. But it does also imply that within the Light Ornithopter category, there will be different types than just the Scout Ornithopter, which is interesting. Will we get a gun variant? Yep. It should be doable. I don't see a reason why it wouldn't be. Welcome back after the ads, everybody. Hope you're enjoying your drops. Okay, let's get the 2 sandcrawlers rolling then. Bet you wish you had the streamer leash now, Sabu. Shouldn't this be uppies? We must be very close to the 8-hour mark on this field. Because I started after reset. It's been 10 hours since reset. I don't actually know when I first saw this one. It was probably start of scanning. No, he's not gone. He's behind you! He's... If he doesn't F off, I'm gonna get out and fire a rocket at him, genuinely. He is leaving. Grandfather, up. Nice. I told you time-wise we were at the 8-hour mark. I've got the sense, I tell you, I've got the worm sense. I just know. I speak for the worms. You're gonna go low, okay. Behold. The mighty grandfather worm. Mightiest of the desert worms. Waiting for exactly 8 hours. Okay, we will RTB. I will... Sorry, hang on, Spook. You're quite quiet. Let me turn you up. Discord. I'll go to Indigo 5. Not possible to place vehicle. Oh no, well this open sand getting in the way. So, did you see that I've renamed your carrier, by the way? I added a single letter. It went from Sabu apostrophe S, the likes of Sabu's big bitch, to Sabu's big bitch. Yep, so that did indeed clear the spice field. We're now going to go and scout out for another one. While the carrier pilots return, refuel, repair, rejig, recuperate. I'm not a troll. I'm at most a gremlin. I5 dead. Nothing in I5. The ringmouth won't have blown yet, so it won't be one of the plumes that we can see. Eshan, what I would suggest is that you contact Funcom through their Discord, through their systems. Funcom replace items lost to bugs, and it sounds like you've suffered from a bug there. They'll ask you for probably the logs for your game login. They'll probably do a few things, but that's the only way really to get through that. I'm sorry to hear that you've obviously lost your stuff, but I think Funcom should be able to help you out, especially if you're on a private server. Sorry, on one of their servers, one of the official servers, rather than the private server. Killer Assassins, no, it's only ever one active at a time. I am returning to Hotel 8 already. I'm only 4k out. What I think it might be is sometimes you have to leave the cell to the 3x3 section it's in the server for it to graphically update, because you know how sometimes if you leave and come back and you've not changed cells, it won't show you the spice on the sand. I'm wondering if it also won't show you the spice blow unless you've changed servers and come back. The spice bubbles. That's Richard. I really hope it isn't Hotel 8 again, though. Because that would... The worm is literally still hanging around the... the Wonder Worm's still hanging around the circle. It's because it's the middle. I think I can see purple bubbling from... Yeah, it is going to be here. Yep. Yep. Hotel 2 primed. Not Hotel, sorry, Hotel 8 primed. You ready for the sneef chat? What's up, Sabu? Yes. I'm excellent on fuel cells. The spice blow does damage on the ground. It doesn't do spice damage quite this high, excuse me.
And here's one I prepared earlier. Big sniff, chat. Why is my carrier not approaching the ring mouth? Your Twitch keeps crashing, that's not good. The good news is that the visuals are fucked for me still. So I'm gonna leave the server border and come back quickly. Here's a quick flight. Yes, because it blew and you've crossed the server border in after it's blown. Now I just know what the order is on that. Is it one crawler or two crawlers?
thank you for being here, Razuna, if you had to go to bed. Hideous. Oh, very nice, thank you. Sabu, drop the crawler somewhere in here. Thank you. Okay. Keep an eye out for the orange squigglies. Okay. That's what they're probably called during basic training, isn't it? The orange squigglies. Yeah. Remember, new spice crawler, should you see the orange squigglies on your scopes, shit yourself and cry. That too. Put your head between your knees and kiss your bum goodbye.
I'm ignoring that because next time I see another wolf, I'll have to fire a rocket at them. I've been pointedly ignoring it. I made a point of ignoring it, specifically. Because my old eyes are getting tired, see, and sometimes I might not notice when someone's declaring that they're a target. Oh no, civilian casualties. Just one more piece of paperwork. On Arrakis, paperwork takes a while to get filed. This is why we're basically constantly under threat. We didn't really do very well in the whole labor market on Arrakis kind of business. I'm not gonna lie to you, that didn't work out too well. Uppies. It's a monocle now. It's a beautiful flower. A beautiful purple flower, chat. Bila Kaifa. Ibn Kirtaiba, the weight of a kindly god. Oh, the big sniffer is finished. Need to do this. Oh no, it hasn't. It's just visually finished. Nice. I'm ready. Deploy the Sandcrawler. It is beautiful, but unfortunately I require the spice. The time for artwork is the first pass. After that, all bets are off. After the artwork, it's only time for aardwork. To be honest, I regret that one immensely already. Catch you later, Azuma. Have a good one. I think the more tired I get, the more dad joke humor comes out. I think that's the problem. I think that's what people object to as the stream gets later and later. Maybe that's why the Americans dislike me. That must be it. I'm kidding. The 22-hour stream where by the end of it I wasn't really sure if I was coming or going. Yeah, I got a little bit loopy towards the end of that stream. At about the 20-hour mark, I was like, God damn, I wish Thor would go live early. In fairness, I really enjoyed how he was in chat before realizing, wait, what time is it? What the fuck is going on? He was in chat for like 20 minutes before he was like, hang on a second. Wait, you've been live for 20 hours, you fuck. Deeply funny. I can tell you though that now I know what it takes to do a 24-hour stream and the recovery I need from it. He knows where I learned it. Yeah. Nah, dude, I struggle. I'll be honest with you. Like the day after the 22-hour stream, everything hurt because I had to try and fix my sleep schedule. I only got 4 hours of sleep, so like one sleep cycle basically, 3.5 hours or so, and like when I woke up about midday, I was like, oh, why does everything hurt? I felt my age. And that concerns me because I do 20-hour days at TwitchCon when it's really busy. It probably is the sitting down for, yeah, you are right, sitting down for 22 hours. My physio probably wouldn't be too impressed. Luckily, she's not aware. Don't you say yet. Don't you say yet. Doesn't know about Twitch Tracker, it's fine. I'm really excited because I think that we should get some of the new emotes, hopefully, for the end of the month when we've got like the gift sub promotion. We can align the giveaway of the new Bailey emotes with the sub giveaway thing from Valorant, which I think is neat. Who wouldn't like that, right? No, so what happens at the end of the month is if you give away a gift sub of 5 or more, Valorant will give you an extra sub and potentially some more. Last year, it was like gift 5 subs and you would get just a random number from Valorant. Sometimes like it was possible to get like 50 gift subs extra just from Valorant. It was just huge. Absolutely wild. Yeah. So I know a few people were talking about doing something for that, so I might see if I can if I can have like more emotes ready by that point, it'll be better. Not specifically. I mean, did you want me to arrange something like a specific day? I don't even know what days those are. That over the weekend? I'd have to go live at the weekend for that, which would be horrifying. Oh no, it's not. It's... Oh yeah, it is, yeah. It's the 26th, 27th, 28th, 29th, 30th? The last 4 days of the month, maybe? I'm not sure. I'll have to look it up. That's a rude sandstorm. We spice. I could imagine the Treasure Planet story taking place in the Dune universe, to be fair. The kind of universe. Space pirates and stuff. Treasure filled planet. Space travel. All turns out there was spice all along. I could believe it. There we go, yeah. So 26th until the 1st. Okie dokie. I'll have a think. Got a reasonably busy day tomorrow, but after that I should know a bit more about what my plans are for the next few days. My spice patience? What do you mean? I just love spice, Saitama. I have found it quite cathartic to drive the spice harvester, I'll be honest. Like, it's kind of fun. Oh yeah, nice one, Spook. This is probably my favorite Disney film. Treasure Planet, Songstrom. Probably the best Disney film. There is indeed no build command. My build is basically a mixture of all of the trees in a way that just works to my specific playstyle. It won't work for everyone. In fact, it probably won't work for most people. Because I just ricochet around the map like some kind of possessed weasel. Yeah. Hello, Bazafroth. How are you doing, buddy? Good to see you. You reckon just waking up? It's like midday. Man, gamers these days. Oh, my PC specs. I'm on a... Is it exclamation point specs? Do I have that command? I feel like I set that command up. Am I having a stronk? Puppies. I can't remember my own commands because I'm smooth like that. I'm on a 9950X3D, a 5090, 64 gigabytes of DDR5. I was on a 4090 and it had a weird moment and they couldn't replace it because they didn't have any 4090s. So I was like, okay, well, I guess I'll take the 5090. The problem wasn't actually the 4090, so I still have that, even though they thought it was faulty. So like, I might just put the 4090 back in, to be honest. Or I'll use the 4090 for encoding, because that has the better encoding card, I guess. Could also work. Yeah, both the 400 and 500 series, so the 4000 and 5000 series can both do AV1 encoding. Slime Rancher 2 1.0 just dropped. It is impossible to be depressed while playing Slime Rancher. I have always said that. They're just so happy. The slimes are all they're just so happy and bouncy and I'm gonna go through the middle. Zeph, what's baby steps? I've not heard of it. Oh, it's Bennett Foddy's. Oh god. How Bennett Foddy is it? I mean, that's how you know she's a keeper, right? 2K4. That's how you know. It's very Bennett Foddy. Okay, that gives me an idea of, okay, I'm not sure it's... My story with Bennett Foddy's, you know, the one with the hammer and the barrel. Just Bennett Foddy's Great Adventure? No. Adventure Time with Bennett Foddy? I'd been playing it during the day as kind of like a joke with some mates. And, I then went out to the student union and was out, you know, for a night out with a bunch of friends. I got back at like 1 AM and I'd been drinking quite a bit. And the game was still open on my monitor. And I just remember drinking quite a lot more and more and more. And when I woke up, I was at the end. I don't remember actually completing the game. I just remember getting up to the end when I loaded the computer in the morning. I was like, oh, that's just... Turn my monitor on and it was like there. I was like, oh. Oh, but Bennett, it's a game where you have to control the physics of a dude with a hammer and a barrel, and you basically have to like climb up a bunch of obstacles and barrels and like characters and all kinds of stuff without falling down. It's not a game I'm naturally very good at, and this day, not really sure how I actually finished it while drunk, but fine. I'll be fine with that. It is. Oh, it's a game about patience. Yeah, it's a game about patience, and streamers will watch it kind of in a rage baity way. I think, like, they will play it to piss chat off. What's the problem, Sabu? Puppies. Look, it's a little blob with eyes. It's a slime. It's in recognition of Slime Rancher 2's release. Here is a slime. Mr. Bob Bobbington, thank you very much for the resub with Prime, buddy. Merry subversary to you. Welcome on in for another month, but thank you very much for being here. It's also, if I shape the outside better, I could make the Discord logo. It's got a very British humor. I can imagine it's got a very... It sounds like quite a British game. I'm ready. Time to shave the slime. And then I'm gonna do a little... Whoop. And then I'm gonna do a little... Whoop. Puppies. To be honest, I love that circle. It's just very nice. It's very round. At the side will do, I guess, where we started. Anyway, really. Fine. Ordinary, thank you very much for the Prime sub. Welcome on in, welcome to the community. I hope you enjoy the Bailey emotes. I mean, would Thor or I ever rage bait chat? Is that the kind of thing we would ever do? Would I ever do that with the brackets in my title on stream? No, I would never do that. I would never abuse grammar and punctuation to have a laugh. That sounds dastardly. Oh, thank you, Balthazar. Wait, is that for the temp? Is that for the partner, the PP program? Is that still showing up? That's awesome. If so, I'm just massively enthused and pumped that you guys, want to be here, want to hang out and stuff all the time. To be fair, very, very kind. I couldn't do without you guys. I know that a lot of people are here for drops as well, but it's one of the reasons why we do quite well in the June category. But I didn't even have the red wobblies. You said. Oh, Zafroth, you can't say that. That's not right. It's not fair. We're nearly full on the spice run, to be fair. Is that the moonlight? Kind of. Or the green flash they cast. You say it's when a man returns to the land of the living from the land of the dead.
You need to put together something resembling a resume, Zapharoth. Okay. Have you already got a resume? You likely can find a template, but you want to make sure that you tailor that template and what you're providing to it to the job itself. So depending on what the job is looking for, you can utilize certain bits of language from the job description inside your resume in a way that meets the criteria for the job role for them. You're basically just showing off the bits that specifically meet what they need and putting it in their own wording back to them inside your resume. We are done. Thank you, Sebu. I'm very happy with that nice perfect circle. More spice, Sabu. Makes me sad that you can only put, like, it's one spice land short of being completely full. We love a rounding error, don't we? Who doesn't love a nice, you know, a nicely harvested, perky circle of spice sand? Oh, that's very nice to hear, Zaf. It is 18:53 British Supreme Time. There you go, that's the time. We've been live for 9 hours. Average stream length is over 10. Need to plan my route. Something. Zapharoth's been caught out. What? Hey Zaphroth, wouldn't it be really fun if for the first time you submit your resume somewhere, that is when I get to use my right of renaming you? For the 12 hours that you know that you go to the interview, you call yourself Buzz McBigerton. Or you go and say, hi, I'm actually Bazafroth. That's my legal name now. I'm legally Bazafroth. It would be pretty messed up, yeah. I wouldn't do that to you, don't worry. I would be nice. I would write it in when they ask me for a letter of recommendation. Is Haga Rift part of Deep Desert? No. The Haga Rift is a section of the Haga Basin. Yeah, just give me a second. Just give me a second. Oh, yeah, they're about to start. Wait for that to clear through. Oh, yeah, where? Which one? Press the wrong button. Whoop. MySpace. Num 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 num. Thank you very much. Well made. Quite fun watching you actually like live unload the sandcrawler. Is there still spice in there? No, there's still a stack in there. You left a stack in there. Yeah. You had a tank brain moment. It's okay. No, it's not out of character, sure. welcome back after the ads. I have discovered, chat, that my plans for tomorrow have changed. I've actually got my days wrong, and tomorrow was the day that I'm not streaming rather than Thursday. So I need to go and get some stuff sorted, and therefore I'm going to be raiding out. I have an option for you, however. Do you want to raid somewhere that we raid quite a lot, you know, and it's nice and chill with the fruits? Or do you want to raid somewhere different? A couple of friends of mine who are streaming, they're building a game live on stream. It should be pretty interesting, could be pretty funny. They're kind of pretty memeable guys. And girls. I say there's actually multiple people in the team. It is vibe coding, you've guessed it. We are going to raid... Hang on. Let me decide the, let me do this. We go. Let me put the raid. We are going to raid Primogen. And let's set up. And this is the raid message. All of you can do that. If you follow, you have this, you've got this, this emote. So we're going to be raiding Primogen. Go over there, spam the raid message, show us some bugs, because they are making a game and it will be full of bugs and broken things. I hope you've all had a really good time watching Dune today, with the surprise of not having a server update that we were potentially going to have. I will be back on Thursday, all things going to plan. I will not be around tomorrow because I'll be driving. But hopefully I'll be back on Thursday with an office update and a few other bits and bobs. So it was great to see you all. Thank you all very much for being here. Thank you, Sabu and Book and Smallline and others. I really appreciate all of you. And see you all soon. Take it easy.